Well. I had a tree fall. Sorry about the time confusion. I'm up there changing the sheets on my bed, finishing my laundry, putting stuff in the dryer, doing my chores, getting dressed. And I get a text message, Becky, you're late for your live. Are you okay? And I'm like, oh shit, what happened? Sure shit. It set it for an hour. It set it for 10:45 instead of 11:45. I don't know. Anyways, I'm here. We're here. We're going to talk about all this stuff. Of course, in true nonsense fashion, I had to put on a shirt for us today. So it should say, I support Granny, but it says, I support women's rights and wrongs. So I support it all, just so we're clear, because I think I'll make myself very clear today for a lot of it. But we got some stuff to talk about. So let's just go ahead and get started. I might have to. I hate this. Every time I come out here, it gets windy, and I'm like, I just want to sit outside. I'll shut my camera off now because you guys will otherwise will be looking at my nose for this live stream. How is everybody doing? How are you guys? Are you guys feeling a little ignited this morning? We got a bunch to talk about. Hey, Revival. Hey, Pika. I am so happy for Granny. I've got so much to say. Hey, Crafty Girl, the real one. Hey, Elma, Cranky, OG. Sorry, we might end up, we'll see if this one dies down. Hey, Bo. Hey, Gary. Hey, Steph. Of course it picked up. Hey, Avi, Catherine, Janison Accounting, Snippins, Eastern Girls, Titanium Built, Haley, Amber, Dazed and Amazed, Liberty Farmer, Young Wheezy, Smiles. What a morning it has been. Hey, Misty Blue. Hey, Just Linda, New Leaf, Lisa, Michigan Wifey. Congrats, Michigan Wifey. I hope today is amazing. It's going to be an incredible wedding. Congrats. And I wish you all the best today, and I hope today is an exciting day for you also. Hey, Marcy. Hey, Hetty. Hey, Jet Setter. Hey, Bryn. Bryn, possibly. Hey, Teresa. Fit and Curvy. Oh, Fit and Curvy. I haven't even caught up. I went to bed last night. I said I was going to catch up on stuff. I didn't, and I see like things are unraveling today. I didn't even catch up on all of Granny's stream yet. I woke up to text messages, and I was like, oh, shit, she's already live. So before I even crawled out of bed, I grabbed my phone and I turned it on, and I'm sitting there listening, and I'm like, whoa, wait, what? Like, even though I'd gotten a shit ton of text messages from my East Coasters, they were like, wake the fuck up, nonsense. Hello. Normally I'm up early as hell. And today I was like, eh. Hey, AV. Hey, Always Groovy. Kathy, Carla, Goody Two Shoes, that Ellen, Slim. Ooh, Titanium. I wouldn't want to be. Hey, Darby. Hey, PJ, One Red Rose. It's your third. Smiles. Well, it's a good day. It's a good day. And I'll show you guys why. Wendy, thank you. Thank you for continuing to stand on what's right over wrong, even though I know you got a lot of flack for it because of the people that were talking about it and your support of those people, but you stood so firmly throughout this on the law and the legal stuff, and were such great insight that you provided in the chats, and that unwaveringness about so many people. Wendy is one that stands out to me right off the bat. That took a lot of shit. A lot of people took a lot of shit because of supporting what's right versus wrong. And it's wild to me, but we're going to talk about some of that. Not yet, just Linda. They sure haven't. It's been pretty quiet. Yeah, Fit and Curvy, a lot of it's just confusing to me too. Hey, shift happens. So first and foremost, a huge shout out to Granny. Roberta K, hello, DeMichelle. Oh, she held it down. You guys, let me finish this really quick. Make sure I see everybody. And thank you for stopping by, DeMichelle. Let's see, Lavender, Angelica Pickles, screenshot this. So I want to start off by saying, not only through this I want to be very clear, like Granny and I did not know each other or have like a relationship before all of this stuff happened. Because of this filing and because of the accusations that were being made, we actually connected through this. I walk away from this seeing a friend, somebody I now consider a friend. I actually really have enjoyed getting to know Jess, and I'm so proud of her. I get to watch somebody who is chastised and mocked and demeaned, diminished, criticized, hold her head high, and she has all along. And people don't even understand the back end of shit that she was going through a lot of times. No clue. Her group of people that rallied around her, huge shout out to her mods, her friends, her support system. But I'm not walking away from, like, I know in this YouTube sphere, it's so YouTube creator support of each other is so fickle. It's something that comes and goes. That's not how I work. The truth has always been on this situation. It's always been right in front of everybody's eyes. And I gained a friend, somebody I enjoy talking to, somebody I enjoy laughing with. And we rarely talk about all of this like crazy bullshit. I've really enjoyed. So I guess I should be thanking these idiots, because through this and because of their relentless bullshit, I was able to get to know Jess on a different level. And I'm glad I did. I really enjoy her. I really enjoy building a friendship, a relationship with her over this. She's somebody that kind of gets me in this whole sphere of things. And I walk away from this getting to watch somebody hold their head high and be validated. And that to me is worth it. I will continue to stand for the truth, whether who likes it or not. And again, this wouldn't even have to be like, I don't care if I like the person on a personal level or not. What's right is right and what's wrong is wrong. And Jess held her head high, and the growth I've seen in her through this, the challenges that she's had to face, all of it has been extensive, and she did it. She did it. All I could do was try to show a little bit of the chaos that was being caused to her, some of the things that were going on being said. All I could try to do was try to peel it back to help people understand a little bit, while trying to help myself understand how we even got here. But I know you guys have been like thanking me for standing by Jess. I would do it again, and I'm not going anywhere. I'm not going anywhere. Like, this isn't over. We are so far from any of this ending. Granted, this situation has a ruling on it. But what I'm saying about that is this isn't over. I am so proud to stand by so many strong women and men on this app that have showed up, rallied for what's right and wrong. And they have not let their fucking hate of something that happened 3 years ago that had nothing to do with them stop them from supporting what's right is right and what's wrong is wrong. And that's it. So that's what I first want to say about this whole situation, because I'm not owed any thank yous. Good people I don't understand. Like it doesn't, there's no thanks needed. And I know in this arena though, it's weird because people don't usually stand up. People go with the crowd. They quick to burn. If your clique says this or whatever, I've always stood by myself, always stood alone. But through that standing alone, I have developed great friendships with people I am so proud to stand next to, great relationships. And here we are. So it's going to just continue on. What up, Cork? You're over here. What are you doing, Cork? Molly let you out? Did you get her DoorDash lunch? I haven't seen you in a while. Cork knows what Molly's up to, you guys. Cork's one of Molly's loyals. Don't even waste your time. Cork is, you're just coming in to say hello. Well, it's good to see you, Cork. I haven't seen you in a long time. Thanks for letting me know you're still kicking. No, I'm glad, though. I'm glad you're doing okay. Cork always just gives me shit, and I give shit back to Cork. It is what it is. All right. So let's peel this onion back a little bit. I know there's chaos going on, and I'm not interested in it. So it is what it is. It's weird. I don't know what's happening. Crazy shit's going on. So let's peel this onion back a little bit. Yeah, no new friends, right? Well, Pikachu, and the thing is like in this arena, the term friend for a lot is, it's very convenient. As long as you go along with, like friendships to me, you work through hard times, you talk about things, like it's so much deeper than just this parasocial convenient, like when it benefits you. Friendships have hard times, you miscommunicate, you go, like it's just, but that doesn't happen on here. And I think I live in too much of the real world at times because I have my walls up around me and I don't really get close to that many people. And then, but there's some amazing people around here. I just say protect yourself though. Be careful with that because a lot of people, and I'm sure Granny going into this, like I can't even imagine the stress of all of this because you had creators dogpiling her. You had people who claimed to be her friends that had known her and had relationships with her completely turn on her through this. You had people pop up out of nowhere that reignited shit that had been gone for a long time. Like just the emotional exhaustion of that, of she didn't do anything or change anything. It's these people that go in little cliques and it's the weirdest situation. It's stressful. It's fucking stressful for that stuff though. And but she's navigated a lot, not only having to navigate this filing and the real life implications and all of that, but all of the other weird shit that goes on, that happens. Like a lot of people just turn like for no reason. Like they stand beside you going through the fucking weirdest shit, right? They pump you up. They're like, oh yeah, I'm here. And then when times get tough, they're like, ooh, bye. Like, should have just shut up. The fuck? I'm sorry. If I've learned anything over the last 7 months, it's some of you people that act like you're so strong and you have such a strong backbone. You really stand for nothing because it's a group mentality. It's not about standing against our justice system, harming people, or people weaponizing our justice system or that shit. It's about going along to get along with your fucking little clique of people. And that's weird to me. I'm too old for that shit. But I've seen a lot of it and it's heartbreaking. It's really heartbreaking, but makes me sad for those people, not myself, because I gained a friendship out of this and people I really enjoy being in chats with. I love going into Granny's chat. I love seeing the group of people around her that have been with her, that know exactly what she's gone through, that have stood beside her, never wavered. That group of women and men has been incredible. And it's just really good to see. It's a really good thing to see because when she needed people the most, they were there. And so huge shout out to her group of people. You guys really got her through this. And I mean, she got herself through this, but with your support and you guys showing up, and everybody needs community. And that was amazing. So exactly. Words mean nothing. Watch how people move. Well, a lot of people show you who they are. You just have to believe them the first time. Oh, K-Braze. That's a hard reality for a lot of people. Okay, let's go. In true fashion of myself, we can't just open up getting into the filing. We have to take it back. Because what fun would this be if we didn't take it back and remind people of what this is and why Granny was truly brought in. Lady K, it's shocking. It's a lot, and good to see you too. It's there's a lot that happens for sure, but I'm just glad that this one little well, it's a big thing, don't let me diminish it. This one situation for Granny is handled. I don't even know how she handled the mental exhaustion again. It's a lot. And there was 10 plaintiffs. I don't want to ever diminish that. This is just one of those 10 plaintiffs who, let me remind you really quick. Let me see. I think I have it pulled up here still. I should. Let me go grab it, actually. One of 10 plaintiffs who willingly signed on to this in BJ's case, for a personal vendetta that she had been trying to get others to go along with for quite some time. So give me one moment here. I didn't leave it up on my screen, but I can pull it in 1 minute. Maybe I can. It should be. Where is that? Oh, right here. This one. This right here. This little thing right here. Oh, I hate screenshots. I hate when these things come back to haunt you. Like this. That shows that BJ was reaching out to people in April.
Me and Seth no longer getting along. It's because she started supporting Seth point blank. That's how it went down. This is stuff while Brittany is saying this stuff about me and Eddie.
Hey, guess what? You're icky. You're icky.
Dude, it's just...
And that's what happens.
And then she says...
Thank you for the support, Janice. You guys always crack me up. Thank you.
And then she says my name like I said this and that and this and that. All right, look, I want to show you guys something else real quick. So these are some messages between us, all right? Because
Oh, shit. Some messages between him and Brittany. Just Linda, thank you for becoming a member. Sorry I didn't see that. Thank you. Welcome to the cabana.
I have to show these before you listen to what she says about me, because it's not right. It's not right, okay? Because you're going to hear some of this stuff be discussed, and then it'll make sense once you see this. See, look at this. People are so nasty on this platform. No, we're good. I had a group of mean girls who go to all creators and many subs trying to turn them against me. I know this game. She's already warning me.
Again, if you don't know what you're looking at right now, these are text messages between Brittany J., one of the plaintiffs in this filing against Granny that we're going to be talking about, and the outcome of the anti-slap. But this was messages between her and CJ back in April. I want you to pay close attention to what's about to come up. And I want you to keep this in the back of your mind, that a year ago, she was reaching out to creators, wanting them to get together and go after a group of us legally. Granny and I am mentioned in this. So BJ had been trying to do this for a long time, which we know.
That I get attacked like crazy, da da da, setting up the heartstring. Oh gosh. Let's
Yeah, and then you feel
Oh,
bad
look at this. And then she's like, I think we need to come together. This is right in the very beginning, dude.
legally. Oh my
This,
goodness gracious!
this is this
Did you catch that right there? Let me take that back just a quick second. Because I want people to understand. I think we need to come together and go after them legally. April, a year ago, she was reaching out to people, wanting them to get together, come together, and go after a group of us legally. Huh. Oh, Megan, thank you for the support. Seriously, I'm so glad that through this, like, we can grow watermelons. You guys can have your own melon patch on the island. I'm so proud of you guys, honestly, and I am so thankful that Jess has such great friends, such as you guys, Jill, Christine, Miss Liverbird, Gary, like, I'm gonna forget, Blissful Tattoos, Kraken. There's so many, so please, if I forget your name, don't feel offended. There's just too many, but you guys have been incredible for her, and it makes me so happy for all of you, because I know it's been years of this. And Megan, you, for one, I know have stood by and held that torch and held her up at times when she couldn't hold herself up and keep going. And a lot of you guys did that for her, to help her. And yeah, you guys are incredible. So thank you for allowing us to support, truly. And we'll continue to do it. Wherever this goes, we're here. So can't get rid of us yet.
look at this. And then she's like, I think we need to come together. This is right in the very beginning, dude.
Legally. Oh my
This,
goodness gracious!
this is right in the very beginning. She's saying, threaten to cease. I think we need to come together and go after them legally. Hang on. And I'm just like, right? Look at this right here. Thanks for coming on last night. Epic stream. And look, it's still the same. Just earlier in the day. Then, hey, later that afternoon, hey, we pissed Lady Ledoux off big time.
That's me that she was talking about. Who's pissed off now, BJ? Oh, by the time I'm done with this, because guess what I have? I have an afternoon free until I have to go pick up my wonderful other half from the airport. Today is a great day. Kyle flies home today. My sheets on my bed are clean. My laundry's put away. My house is clean. And I get to sit here and read through this and watch you guys figure out how you're going to spin this next maneuver. So I got the time today. I got the time. I think you'll be the one pissed off by the time I'm done. Remember that question you always asked? Why did nonsense insert herself? Why did nonsense insert herself? Because the fucking truth matters. And nonsense stands on the fucking facts and the truth, unlike you. So let's just take a little walk back in time to the reasons why this all came about. I was at a little stream that BJ liked to call Dehumanized and Desensitized, My Thoughts and My Reasons. And yes, we'll get into the filing, but in true nonsense fashion, I just want to make it sting a little bit more.
They asked if I would want to
more clear, you know what I mean? And and I mean, these people, they, it's best to just, like, everybody needs to chill out. That's the thing.
Oh, that arrogant camera turn on. Gosh darn it. I hate that for you. This moment right here will forever be etched in your legacy.
Just chill out. Everyone put your egos aside and just chill out.
There I go again. Sorry. I wanted, okay, Scott Bulldog Mama
Just
said,
spring clip.
yeah, says you had to be a part of something to be listed as a plaintiff in these court proceedings. What do you mean? Like, are you saying that I had to be like a partner
Go
or
ahead.
something to be a part of this? No. So how do I even say this?
I
I'm
don't
gonna
think
be
you need to
honest.
say anything. You know, like,
My question is, BJ, have you read the filing yet? Have you read the fucking filing yet?
No, but I'm absolutely not a part of anything other than one of the people that they were filing the injunction against just so happened to be a person that I have had a ton of issues with. And
Granny. You're speaking about Granny, as we all know. But that person you've had a ton of issues with, you tried to get victimhood status off of and continued to poke for years on end. Let's not rewrite things. Your little innocent act over here, when you had numerous times to try and handle it on your own, you waited until it was a free filing using a missing child's name. That will forever be what you are remembered for. Is you couldn't be a grown ass adult and navigate your own bullshit without using a missing child's name and his vulnerable grieving father, your words, not mine, for your own personal vendetta. Those legacies, right? I'm going to go on to show how you read your declaration here in a minute, and how your relationships, business relationships, were impacted. Well, you got nobody to blame for that but you. And I bet going forward, most people won't want to work with you. It might be time to become a part of the employed world like the rest of us. Some of us are. Get a haircut and get a real job. Clean your act up and don't be a slob.
and
Get it together like your big brother Bob.
I was asked if I would want to be a part of this because, I mean, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to see what all's going on. It's been awful. It has been awful. I mean, for the last, these are reasons I'm going to list reasons.
Oh, and by the way, my arrogance is going to come out very loud and very confidently today because I just got to watch our girl, all of our girl, get a huge victory. And this is my little song and dance of getting to let them eat their fucking words once again.
Reasons why I decided to do this. And I said, let me think about it. I don't know if that's something I want to do. Now I have thought and tried to look into ways to handle this on my own, even prior to all of this. Okay.
yeah, I don't think you
Because
need
it
to
has been
defend yourself.
Her mod Yvette, actually, PJ hopped up there and said that today on Granny's. Her mod Yvette actually pretended to be BJ, called her courthouse, set up an appointment for her to go in and attempt to get an RO against Granny. When her mods advised her not to do it, all of them said they were stupid. Yvette went ahead and did it, and she was supposed to go show up to attempt to get the court to do something to Granny. But then magically, she couldn't do that either. She didn't show up for the appointment because she was too afraid of what the backlash on YouTube would be. Again, she had to wait for the prime opportunity to be one of 10 plaintiffs using a missing child.
You don't need to
Yeah.
defend yourself. I'm just going to tell you.
No, and I'm not going to because
You guys, I appreciate you guys, and I know it's the YouTube thing. It's just really hard for me. Like, I don't deserve any congratulations. All I did was show up for the truth and the facts, and that just happened to be on Granny's side. And I gained a wonderful friend. She's gonna fucking hate the fact that I called her my friend today. She's gonna be like, Becky, what are you doing? But I did. I really enjoy Jess. I really do. Kyle enjoys Jess. That was my first text message, was to Kyle this morning after I got the news. And he was like, I don't remember exactly what that part means, but I know it's good. I enjoy her, and I don't deserve congratulations. This didn't impact my real life. This impacted Jess's real life. I stood on the facts and the truth, and I stood right where I should have stood. All I did was show up and try to support. That's it. There's no congratulations. I would do it again, and I will continue to do it every fucking day because this is what real people do. I know it's weird on YouTube and you guys are used to that, but I don't want to take any of this away from Jess. Jess did this. Jess is the reason why this came to fruition because she didn't waver. She didn't back down. yes, we supported her, but Jess ultimately took the brunt of this. So I don't want to take any of that from her. So I appreciate you guys thanking me and everything. I'm not owed any thank yous or anything. This is just what we have to start expecting from people. We have to normalize standing for what's right. We have to normalize standing against this bullshit. Even in this weird space we call YouTube, we have to normalize not allowing fellow humans, because of XYZ disagreements last year or anything, fucking that up. We have to normalize standing together and saying enough is annoying enough. Okay, anyways. Tilly, thank you so much for your support. Thank you.
Because it's like I told you today, Justin, if any of the people, I don't care if it's people that dislike me or people that support me, if anyone has endured the things.
Yes, with her, yeah, I'll let her play in a second. I'm reading some of your guys' comments. Yes, she had a great attorney, but she paid out the wazoo and took a lot of hits, trying to find attorneys and stuff. Oh my gosh, I remember when the first weekend, I was just crushed for her. I'll never forget that call. I'll never forget the pain in her voice, the tears. Like it makes me emotional hearing or thinking about it, because it was a weekend. Her mods were helping her try to figure out, navigate, search stuff down, but it was a weekend. She didn't know what the fuck was going on. 10 plaintiffs versus 2 people, another defendant that she doesn't even fuck with or know anything about, completely different, being accused of horrible shit. It was such a mind fuck. And thank God she had good support in her own real life too. She has a good support system there. So again, her mods in here that remember that first weekend, I'm sure you guys remember Jess's voice. Oof.
That I have.
Oof. It just makes me emotional thinking about this. And people are like, it's stupid. No, these were big allegations. BJ, I think that GW will only accept payment by cashier's checks. I guess Craig will have to work overtime at his job. Wink, wink. I think you should play Jake's mom for Granny tonight. Janice is spicy today. Thank you for the support. Tilly T, thank you again for the support. You guys are spicy today. I'm going to try to keep it. Why am I the emotional one about this? I'm the emotional one. Everybody else is over here when Megan got up there today, I lost it. I was like, fuck my life.
On this platform, especially when it comes to your children and your family, they would have done things a long time ago to try to make it stop. Years this has been going on. And so I was asked if I wanted to be a part of it, and I said, let me think about it, let me figure it out. I need to pray on it and just try to, really, and Justin,
she prayed on this. Yeah, you prayed on a missing child. PREYED, so you're not confused of what the pray I'm using. You prayed on the dignity of a missing child by joining this. You might have claimed you prayed in some other fashion, but you prayed on a missing child. That's what you prayed on.
I can tell you, I didn't just jump at this. I thought things
We
through.
really didn't.
Wow. And then let me tell you what happened. What ultimately made me decide to go along and do this was my property. Okay, that was my last straw. It's one thing to argue and fight with somebody online. Fine. People can talk. Trash talk is just that, right? And as a creator, I very well know that that's something that we have to be willing to expect and accept, right?
To an extent, yes.
Yes. But it's a whole nother story when trash talk progresses from that to the calls, whether it's dog whistles for CPS, which has happened multiple times.
Where's the proof of that? You've blamed me for that. You blamed Granny for that. You've blamed Mal for inciting things. You've blamed Queen, Clue, Jay, your ex-mods, other people that you've fallen out with. Where's the proof? Where's the fucking proof, Brittany? Because it sure as fuck never was put in your legal filings.
I have just from this person, and I have proof. I want to be clear about this. There is proof for every single thing that I state and every single thing that is stated in this filing.
I love this for you.
There is physical proof from her words. Okay. We have it all. I have been called an animal abuser. I have been accused of streaming while I was streaming. She said that I was, quote, so wrapped up or so obsessed with YouTube that I stepped on one of my cats and killed them. Well, there went my monetization. I meant to say unalived.
Which wasn't even a part of the filing, but carry on. Again, this was her reasoning for joining the RICO and racketeering. Remember that.
Unalived them. And continued to stream, even though my animal was unalived. She has used a video of me shooing a cat with my foot, never making impact with it, and accused me of kicking my animal. I have been called homophobic, transphobic, racist. She has
I mean, you've displayed those behaviors yourself. Carry on.
spread that rumor to quite a few people that I'm racist. I have been accused of not feeding my children, locking my autistic son in a room, or I don't know if she was saying in a room or out of a room. Either way it goes, locking my child away so that I can stream. And then all of that's bad, right? But even with that, I tried to rise above. And
you know what's bad, BJ? Is I have an entire file folder that I'm just sitting on of clips that would make you cry victim for the next 3 years. And guess what? Every one of them happened publicly on your channel, on your panel. I haven't played any of them because that's what you want. You want to be the victim. That's what you thought was going to come out of this, is you were going to get this victimhood status and this would be your big break. I can't wait to see what you try next, because just so you know, there is a lot in my little hand, and ones that would mortify you. Well, they probably wouldn't actually, because you take zero accountability. But I'll see where you're going, because you've threatened to come after me legally. I mean, hell, if you're up for that challenge, fire in the hole, baby girl. Do what you're going to do. But just know that those things that I have in my hand, oh, I will gladly play them for a judge any day and make sure that they're a part of the court record. Fuck around and find out. Ball's in your court.
I'm going to be honest.
Don't make stupid threats. Maybe take some accountability and do the right thing for once.
With you, my turning point when I said things have got.
And if you want to kind of clue to what I'm talking about here, you know, the clips that I was accused of clipping in, the things that I was taking out of stream, such as when you were yelled at across your background, "Shut up, fatty." The things that I didn't play because I was intentionally clipping things out for your protection, actually for the dignity of the minors' protection. Yeah, they exist. Tilly T, thank you so much for the support. I'll pass that on to Granny next month. Thank you so much. I didn't pay any attorney's fees, but thank you so much. She thought this wasn't going real life. The irony, right? Young Wheezy, thank you for the support. One more, BJ. I correct the record now. You did not kick your cat. You ran over your dog in a minivan. That's worse. Oh, fuck. That's right. We learned that through this too, didn't we? Holy shit. BJ, did you say cat kicker yet, or did I miss it? LOL. Thank you guys for the support. Oh man, you guys are on fire.
To stop, and I have got to do something about this, was the day that she went live and she showed my property on her live stream.
We'll get into that, Major Rocks.
Not only did she show my property, but she showed the street name on the Google. She used Google Earth to show my property, and then she shared a obituary of a young man who passed away.
So again, she claims that Granny showing a Google Earth image of the ditch out front of her property was part of her reasons why. Meanwhile, they have shown you the parents of a missing child's front of their home, the inside of their home, detailed layout floor plans of the missing child's family over and over again for months. So it's okay if BJ does it to the parents of a missing child or any crime victim, but it's not okay if Granny Google Earths the ditch out front of her house. All right, just making sure we're all clear on that. God, I love this. And I love that I have the time to do a slow burn today.
On my property, which anybody who
Miss
would want to
L.
find my house at that point, she basically laid it out for you. And that was I said, you know what? This is
Well,
only going to get worse.
and what I thought was interesting is, you say it's that, but then, you're working your butt off the last couple weeks, and then you're tired, right? You're
Yep.
tired. And then all of that happened, and it's just like, wow.
Yeah. And
then you get blamed for,
Again, working your butt off for a couple weeks. Get real. Let's not play games here. They were working on building this case and gathering stuff to do this frivolous filing is what they're talking about, because them and 70 plus others helped them gather all of these exhibits that got thrown into these thousands of frivolous documents. She was exhausted. She was working so hard. Meanwhile, on October 10th, they told you all, after Betty had a upsetting day at court, that they had a plan in the making. She not only had the plan backfire, but now she sits with people at one time she claims she didn't like. I love that you have a new group of besties, and Betty is one of them. I love this for you so much.
something with falling asleep or something like that, saying you were on something. But
yeah, well, for
Yeah.
anybody that's telling me not to speak, I've already gotten permission to say all of this, you guys. I wouldn't just come talk about all this if I didn't have.
How'd you get permission to say all that when you couldn't even get a call back from your attorney? I got questions.
I know, but
Information.
I would still,
Yeah. And I mean, there's not really even a whole lot to say about it other than, what I'm saying now. I just want to tell you guys, hey, these are, and there's way more than this. This is just the basic, this is just a little bit that I can share with you guys. There's more. There's things that I completely forgot. And so my whole point is, I asked her to take it down, and she didn't. She refused. And then, like Justin just said, the very real allegations that I am on some type of substance, which this right here, me doing this filing and stuff is going to prove that that was defamation as well. And it's not fair to put that on my head.
Well, things that didn't happen. Should we do our whoopsies? Should we get our whoopsie button going today? God, we haven't had that for a while. We might be whoopsied out by the end of this, but I think that was what we consider a what?
Whoopsie, made a oopsie.
I mean, fuck, oh dear.
So, I mean, that's pretty much it. And like I said, I stand on it. There's nothing in me that I'm not doing this from a callous point. I'm not enjoying this. I'm not over here celebrating. It is not within me to want to bring pain or heartache to another person. I don't want to do that.
Oh, is that so?
I don't want any money. I don't want anything. I simply just want to be free to stream on my channel and not have to worry about, what someone's going to do tomorrow. That's all. I don't think that's a lot to ask.
I don't think it's a lot to ask for just people to
Yes, Cassie.
There's so many stories out there that need to be told.
Tilly T, thank you for becoming a member. Welcome to the cabana.
I don't understand why everyone kind of gets obsessed with, you or Betty or whoever, and just doesn't stop.
Yeah. Rita says, I apologize, and I trust you know what to say. I'm only.
By the way, my favorite clip channels in the chat right now. If you guys haven't checked out Hartley's channel, please make sure you do. There's always a good laugh over there. Hartley's already got the marching band going today, so make sure you go check out Hartley. She is pure enjoyment and has been very beneficial because she clips things that are short to the point, and sometimes that's what it's what people grab to. So everybody has played a role in helping people realize some of the things that have been said. So hats off to all of the channels. Say something. There's so many channels, and I don't even want to get into the whole listing them because I'm going to forget so many, but it's amazing to see people standing up for what's right and continuing to stand on that.
Only going to pray. No, you guys are good. But I did before I even scheduled this live stream, I reached out and I asked, what I'm allowed to talk about and what I'm not. So I would still rather find out through the court proceedings. It's best to let them sweat out rather than giving them all the. Oh, I didn't. Everything I.
Best to let them sweat out. I wonder who's sweating now. Well, I mean, I think sweat is a kind of usual thing over there. Not a useful thing, a usual thing. Tilly T, thank you for the gifted memberships. Welcome to the Cabana. And ASU Mom, thank you once again for the gifted memberships. You guys are amazing. Thank you.
I just named is in the filing, you guys.
Yeah,
They
yeah,
they have
Yeah.
have that. I didn't just share anything that's not public.
Isn't there like, when it's all said and done, like 700 pages or something?
Oh God, it's a lot. I don't even, like. I would imagine it would take you to a couple of days to read it all.
It's like 700 pages, and then something else is like 1,000 pages, and then there's I think 3 drives, like hard drive, like is a
Oh man, it's a lot. It's a lot. When I tell you entire channels worth of stuff.
Do not ever, please, do not ever. The subs, you guys showed up and showed out. Don't diminish yourselves. It's a community. Why it takes a village. You guys showing your support, showing up, supporting, understanding, just being willing to like not snap to judgment and go with your other like, oh well, I like that creator and that creator saying that, and not just jumping on that and being willing to like let yourselves pull this back and see what was really happening here. It means a lot to creators that people, whether they're subs, whether or not they're not creators, like that means so much that people will even invest the time into trying to understand what is happening to you. That is a huge thing. So please don't ever diminish yourself to just a sub. You guys are amazing.
And I do need to give a shout out
yes,
to my moderators, and to everybody else who have, because if it would have, like, we can't do this alone. There were a lot of people that have helped, try to, help as much as we could. But I do want to talk about, like, real quick, kind of off of me for a minute. Did you listen to that, to Seth's part? That broke my heart. Oh,
so she knowingly brings Seth into that.
I cried. That made me cry.
Okay, well, you want to know what else you guys did here? Since Brittany wants to put it on a show for everybody, before I rip the Band-Aid off and we read the filing, you guys, this is called a nonsense slow burn. I can't just give it all at once and just dive into the filing. I just got to make sure everybody has her words in the front of your brain before we hear this ruling. Here you go.
Yeah, my son lives there. Yeah. They bought a house. So I'm proud of them.
This was the 19th of October, the very next day after the filing.
That's good. Yeah, you were saying that yesterday. You were saying about that yesterday when it was his birthday.
Yeah, on Friday. It was Friday.
One Night Slow, thank you for becoming a member. Janice, you sound like me. Okay, I gotta go. Okay, one more. Okay, it's like a Midwest get back. Okay, this is the last one. BJ should really change the name of her channels to BJ is the biggest loser, and now she will be paying for Granny's vacation to Florida, and I won't even get a postcard. Thank you for the support. I love you guys being spicy. You guys are on it today. Thank you again.
I'm so excited.
Hold on, guys. Good Lord, we got so much.
The slow burn.
Just read the good.
All right, I'm going to read mine real quick.
She's going to read her declaration for you. I was going to do a dramatic reading of it, but you can't get more dramatic than BJ reading it herself. So, chef's kiss, as I say.
And then I got to find Jason's. The only reason I'm reading mine is because it popped up first. Like, it's what's popped up as I'm scrolling through. Jason, do you remember? Do you remember what exhibit yours is? Mine's 59.
I thought hers was
I
45.
don't know. I know mine's like the longest. It's like 22 something pages.
Oh, they did a lot to you. Oh, yeah. Are you like the biggest victim of barbecue?
Yeah.
Oh,
Wow.
God. Okay.
This bitch chasing crime just said and agreed to, are you the biggest victim of barbecue? Now, I have always kind of kept it separate because I don't know much about the TikTok world or things. And you guys know how I felt on the whole tip line and everything. I've kept it separate for a reason through this filing, which has been very hard because they are co-defendants. But when Barbecue sent me that settlement offer, I was stunned by what they were trying to say there. Barbecue was sent to cease and desist. Granny was never even sent to cease and desist. But I love how this random chasing crime, Christina O'Donnell, gets on here and announces that she's Barbecue's biggest victim.
All right, I'll read
I'm
this
so
one and
sorry.
then we'll find Chasen's, okay?
I'm sorry, but I went the hell off on Barbecue. You remember that?
Yeah, sure did.
In my opinion, I loved every second of it.
When you were here, oh my god, I was ripping her up one side and down the other, man. I wasn't about to stand for that shit, talk circles and do all that
I
bullshit.
will
with you.
say this one I feel like doesn't do justice. I feel like there's so much more. There's 1,000 more things that need to go in this declaration, I swear.
That's
This doesn't
probably
even
how
Well, is that going to be the excuse as they didn't have enough room to fill out the declaration properly? I didn't include the right things. It's not that we don't have it, even though they had exhibits to put in. They had all the area of opportunity to further put in her declaration, all of this information. Is this going to be the spin? Oh, they didn't allow me the space to present all that stuff. Who's taking the blame? You guys want to take bets? Well, we can't actually bet, but I've said it before and I'll say it again if you guys missed it before. I have already called it that I think BJ will say that she was bamboozled by At Night in some way, shape, or form. Eventually, depending on what she signed with them, I think she will try to push the blame off on them. It'll either be the court's fault, the judge has been paid off, or it'll be At Night's fault. What do you guys think? Any guesses? Hey, Jen.
do justice.
Hey, everybody coming in. Hey, OG.
it's about their own too, but you
Yeah.
got to fit down to a
Got
certain.
it.
Sammy.
Yeah.
Yeah, you try to,
thought
like,
that,
hit the main
Brittany, no
topic, but
offense,
there's-
but I thought that too because there's so much that she did to you.
Mm-hmm.
You would have had 80 pages.
I back there.
It's hard to think about it though. When you sit down and it's finally time to write it out.
I love how all these people are speaking for her. Emmy, are you still proud of getting your girl over here, BJ, to give Nick and team a second look? Are you still proudly stating that all over the place? Tilly T, thank you again for the support. Are you proudly tooting that horn still there, Emmy Jo?
It's so hard to, because you block a lot of it
yeah,
out
you
of
write it and
memory.
then you look back and you're like, oh, I forgot about this and I forgot about that.
If
Like,
it's something that you've been living with for a long time and it's really traumatizing, you'll block a lot of it out of your memory. I do that. Like
right,
it's like
All
a
right.
coping,
exactly.
yeah, it's like a trauma response. You just end up blocking a lot.
Well, Hartley, it's because she had to build up the victimhood status because she's about to read her declaration. Remember, she had to get into the whole like, woe is me. I've been done so bad. That's why I said I can't do a better dramatic reading than just letting her read it herself.
Blot out.
My initials look cute, at least my handwriting. All right. Anyway. All right. So it says, you know what? I hate that my private stuff's here.
Bitch, your private stuff, meaning your name. It says I, Brittany Nicole Jackson. Your name, Brittany Jackson, scrolls across the bottom of your screen with your PayPal every fucking night. Shut the fuck up.
Well, you could fix it if you'd like.
We can't. It has to be in there.
Well, I mean, you don't need to show it or.
Right. So
No.
it says, I am writing this declaration not as a lawyer or someone engaged in a legal dispute, but as a mother and a human being who has endured unimaginable pain, fear, and suffering due to the relentless harassment and defamation perpetrated by Granny's Watching, along with her friends and followers and cult-like network. What they have done has torn apart not just my professional life, but my personal life as a mother, a daughter, and a person who values kindness, honesty, and peace. I have lost count of a number of times that I've woken up in a cold sweat, terrified that someone might follow through on the threats Granny and her followers have made against me. She didn't just stop at insults or gossip. She looked straight into her camera and told me, I will make you an effing victim. These words haunt me. It's not just fear for myself, but it's the gut-wrenching fear that I may not be able to protect my children. How can I explain to my kids that their mother is being targeted by strangers on the internet? People who seem intent on ruining our lives. I try to hold it together for them, but inside I'm broken. The words Granny uses to describe me, a lazy, wasteful piece of shit, aren't just casual insults. They cut to the core of my identity as a mother who works hard to give my children and the love and stability that they deserve. When she says those things publicly in front of thousands of people, I feel the walls of my world closing in. My children have seen me cry because of these things. I try to hide it, but they notice. How can a mother explain? The strangers are attacking her, saying horrible things, calling her names, and trying to destroy the life that she's worked so hard to build. The most painful part of this has been watching my children ask if they are safe. Granny and her associates have implied that I neglect or harm my children, saying things like, quote, you won't ever catch me driving with my children unbuckled standing up. Those comments go beyond personal. They attack my ability to be a good mother. I have spent sleepless nights wondering if someone might actually believe those lies and come after me, or worse, my children. As a mother, there is no greater terror than the thought of your children being hurt because of the lies and hate spread by strangers.
I am
This
so
can
sorry, Brett. I am so sorry that they keep doing this to you.
hold on.
Breaking my heart.
Is she gonna growl for us? Reality. Growl.
Well, and I'm not reading this to be like to I don't want it to make anybody feel bad for me. What I want and I hope that I can stress to people is not just for me but for everybody on this platform. It's like last night I said that we have been desensitized.
It's wrong. It's
When I
so
come on this
wrong.
when I come on here and I'm talking to you all, it's like I told my mods the other day, you don't see the after effects, right? Like when I'm not on camera or I'm not on the live, when the live stream ends. You know what I mean? Like
Right.
people think that this don't follow you, but it absolutely does.
It
I
does.
mean,
That's
you
why
get a knock on the
it hurts because it shouldn't be happening to begin with.
yeah.
Be honest, it should not be happening. I've told you that my son was kidnapped, okay? And that was hard. And I still looked for my son while the police were still trying to find him also. And comments when the trolls keep coming in here and making.
And so anybody knows that's not my background. I'm muted. Hey babe, love you. Are you on the way to the airport? That's not my background. That's hers.
Their unwarranted claims and comments about CP and them not wanting extra help. You should always want help when your child is missing. I'm telling you, you want help when your kid is missing. I went through it and it was not fun.
I'm sorry, reality.
I can identify with Seth's pain, although his son has been gone for 7 months. 7 months.
Yeah. It's
You guys gotta think about that. You trolls need to wake up and stop. Stop. Enough.
I see all of you in the chat and I feel the same way. Reality does need help, but BJ incites this and she allows this. This is in the midst of her reading her declaration, seeking victimhood status for this filing. BJ allowed this to happen on her panel to make it bolster her. BJ weaponizes reality and her instability. I want to make that very clear.
I just wish I could hug you, Brittany. I wish I could hug anybody who's going through this.
Oh, it's okay. Yeah, no, like I said, I'm just reading this because like I said, I hope that it can, not for me. I just want people to realize, not for me, for people that
She doesn't even care enough about reality to like, it's all about her. This was her reading her declaration. There's a reason for why I'm doing this.
everybody that might be going through this, you really don't know
You don't.
what
You,
this, how this affects somebody, and
don't.
it takes your having your peace robbed for you is not right at all. You should, you know what I mean? Like, I shouldn't have to be worried about when I get a knock on the door and these people, they feel like they have to I don't know, like, chaos is the focus and they love it, but this is not the way that
It's gross
it's
behavior.
not normal. It's not normal.
Gross. It's gross behavior.
Absolutely. It is absolutely gross
Stop.
reality. Mhm.
Stop.
I
Yeah,
love
it's
you,
gotta
reality.
stop. Mhm.
I'm not
See,
doing this to get attention. I'm doing this because I went through it. And I'm grateful I still have my son.
I'm glad that you do too.
What a good friend, huh? What a good friend. Weaponizing somebody else's
Until you live it, you don't know until you're in somebody else's shoes. I feel so bad for Seth. I cannot imagine every day waking up and praying to God, please bring me home, my son. Please bring Sebastian home. That's all we want. We want Sebastian home. Poor Seth. I'm sorry, everybody. I'm really sorry.
don't feel sorry. This case can get really into our souls. Some like, and some like, no, I'm not going to say it.
I'm gonna go collect myself. I'll be back, okay? I'm gonna go clean up.
Are you going to be okay?
Yeah, I'll be okay.
Come back and let us know you're okay, okay?
I will.
Promise?
I promise.
Okay.
Remember, this is in the midst of BJ reading her declaration. She's such a good friend. And it's about time people realize that everybody is just convenient for her. She don't care about what happened with reality. She don't give a shit. She cares about herself. And until these people wake up and realize she's using you guys and all of you guys allowed yourself to be used by her, here we are. Not a word. And watch how she rolls right back into this. Kim, I have a hard time with it too. I see potential issues, but it's hard to watch this stuff after all the lies and things that have been said over and over and over again. Meanwhile, everybody's just supposed to take it.
Can y'all hear me?
Oh yeah, unfortunately we can. Here she comes.
Okay.
Nope.
You all
Jason.
right, Brett?
I'm fine. Yeah, is reality okay?
Yeah, she's gonna connect with us, and if we don't hear from her, if anybody has her number,
Exactly.
let me know.
Yes, Josh, exactly. For anybody saying that she needs to step away or relax, let her heal. Absolutely. Yes.
Listen to this.
And like I said, I
Watch this roll back here.
kind of feel bad. I didn't mean to trigger reality.
No, bitch, that's exactly what you meant to do. You might not have meant to directly trigger reality, but you meant to pull an emotional reaction and emotionally manipulate people. That's exactly what you meant to do. That's all you ever do by lying and fabricating shit. When are you going to be honest with these people that you've been lying to them all along?
What I was hoping by reading it to y'all, listen, that's not easy to admit. Okay. I'm actually a little embarrassed. I don't want to even admit that because like I'm at that point where, it's like that's
Revival, they haven't given a fuck about her all along. There's other streams that I could pull that are worse than this with realities breakdowns, and you should see how BJ, it's disgusting, Revival. It's growth, but this, again, they won't believe what we say. It's fucking insane.
it's just not nobody wants to admit that this has affected me the way that it has, but it has. And one of the reasons that I have agreed to go along with it is for my kids, for number one, but number two, and obviously for Seth and Sebastian, because it is a pattern. And if people say that this is not connected, it absolutely is. It's all a collective group of people doing the same crap. Case after case after case after case. How many more? You think Sebastian's case is bad? The next case is going to be worse.
Did you just hear that she had the audacity to say that she was doing this for Seth and Sebastian? Did you guys catch that? BJ, you only did this for yourself. You and yourself. And yes, there is a pattern of behavior. There is a group of creators that do this from case to case to case. You and many others, like Spanky, your other buddies, exploit family after family after family after family after family. It's the playbook.
We aren't the problem. Us coming on here sharing our thoughts, ideas, and opinions on a case is not the problem. The problem is when you have people going live day in and day out trying to rip somebody apart because we have an opinion. That's not right.
I mean,
I
where do you
agree.
draw the line, right?
Exactly.
I mean, if this is okay, the next case it'll be worse, and it's just going to keep getting worse. And
Yep.
people from the outsiders are like, "Oh, it's no big deal."
Chasing, there has been so many streams that I have reviewed that I've intentionally skipped over. Huge meltdowns, massive instability. Like, to me, it was really like, why are you guys doing this or allowing this? They have done this and used her to put on a show so many fucking times. So many times. It's unfucking real what they have done. And this right here in the middle of her declaration, there has been so many others that are worse than that when they've used her. It's wild.
because
But again, they bring her up, they amp her up, they like it's such a fucking mind
you
fuck.
don't speak up. So you have to speak up, or else the next person's not going to speak up, and it's going to just get worse for the next person and the next person.
Oh, shut up, chasing crime. Just shut up. One-eyed Flo, is that a fupa clap or a slap heard around the world? I think the slap is actually making Pennsylvania history because it's the first one. So around the United States, it will surely be making a loud noise.
And God knows what will happen.
Yeah.
So it takes a lot to admit how much it affects you.
Exactly. And that's another thing. I want to do.
It's disgusting, Cricket Day. It's disgusting. And what I'm trying to get across here is she not only emotionally manipulated a lot of like just random subs, but people that supposedly are her friends that hop on panel and help her hold her channel down nightly. She emotionally manipulated them to these points, used them for part of her show, for part of her poor victimhood status. And everybody is disposable when they're no longer needed. It's no, chasing, no. In my opinion, no. I'm not a professional, but no. My solid answer is no.
Do this to try to prevent the next person, because the next woman may not be as strong as I am, or be as strong as Seth is, or be as strong as chasing crime is. You know what I mean? Like, and I'm not, please don't, I'm not asking anybody to feel sorry for me. Don't.
Listen to this. I mean, this is,
I know exactly. I know. And
this fully encapsulates what she has been doing since before October, but majorly since October. Again, this is the day after the filing became public.
that's the problem. Cognizance. I know I've covered many cases, but I have never seen the toxicity at this level on any of the other cases that we've covered. Summer Wells is right there at it, but I think this one tops the cake. Like it's the topping, it's the icing. But let's go ahead and so I can get to Jason's part 2. All right, it says the most painful part has been watching my children.
You see her concern for her friend? You see that lack of concern? She rolled it right back into poor her. And then here she is continuing to read the declaration. I want that to be in the front of people's minds, because this spin, whatever they're about to do here, save it. Save it. We've all seen you for what you are. And again, this is why I didn't do a dramatic reading. You can't get much more dramatic than this. This is the reality of what they sold to people about this filing.
And ask if they are safe. Granny and her associates even implied that I neglect or harm my children, saying things like, "You won't ever catch me driving with my children unbuckled, standing up." By the way, that never happened. That's complete lies.
By the way, you got a ticket for that. And it did happen. You actually got a traffic violation for having your child unbuckled standing up in your car. So facts ain't defamation there, dumb bitch.
Those comments go beyond personal. They attack my ability to be a good mother. I've spent sleepless nights wondering if someone might actually believe those lies and come after me, or worse, my children. As a mother, there's no greater terror than the thought of your children being hurt because of the lies and the hate spread by strangers. This campaign of hate has also impacted me financially. Before this started, I was proud of the work I did, and I was able to support my family. Now people who once trusted me no longer want to work with me. The lies, the accusations, the threats, they've destroyed the professional relationships that I've worked years to build. And the worst part is, I'm not just losing business. I'm losing the ability to provide for my children. How am I supposed to rebuild my career when my reputation has been torn apart by people who don't even know me? My mental health has been shattered by this. Every day.
Again, if anybody's coming in late, this is BJ reading her declaration that she so proudly wrote for this RICO and racketeering injunction filing fucking bullshit that the court ruled upon. And we're going to get into that in a minute. But this was her proudly boasting and reading this declaration that she wrote.
Hey, I wake up with a knot in my stomach, wondering what new attack will come. I'm exhausted, not just physically, but emotionally. I feel like I'm constantly walking on eggshells, afraid of one wrong move.
Tilly, have a great night. Thank you again for all the support.
Afraid that one wrong move may lead to more lies, more harassment, more attacks. The anxiety doesn't just affect me, it affects my family too. My children have seen me cry more in the past year than I care to admit. I've had to cancel family outings, miss important moments, and withdraw from the people that I love because I'm so consumed by the fear and stress of what might happen next. At times, I've broken down completely. I've sat in my car in the driveway of my own home and just cried because I don't know how to protect myself or my family from this kind of hate. I'm a mother just trying to raise my children and do the best for them. I've had to tell my kids why people are saying horrible things about their mom online. I've tried to shield them, but it's impossible when this campaign of hate is so public and so vicious. Your Honor, as I sit here writing this, I'm asking that you, not as a plaintiff, but as a mother who is desperate to feel safe again, I want to wake up one morning without the fear of what might be said about me, or worse, what might.
By the way, BJ, I've got the judge's answer to your pleading.
Be done to me or my family. I just want to live my life, raise my children, and provide for them without this cloud of fear and hatred hanging over me. I'm asking for justice, not just for me, but for my children who have seen their mother's spirit broken from a relentless cruelty of strangers. I'm not fighting to clear my name, but to protect my family from the very real and ongoing threats that this coordinated campaign of harassment has caused. The psychological, emotional, and financial damage has left scars that will never fully heal. I am pleading with this court to recognize the very real harm that these actions have inflicted on me and my children, and to hold those responsible accountable for the destruction that they have caused. Then it says, I, swear to affirm under the penalty of perjury, documents under that
not this dumbass reading that she signed it under the penalty of perjury on top of all of
that. Going is.
Don't you say that I look like a piece of melted craft singles on a hot rock? Well, this aged cheese, I guess, is what melted aged cheese on a hot rock probably is making your ass burn right now, isn't it?
True and correct. I understand the false statements herein are made to subject to penalty of perjury and other applicable laws. So there's that. All right, let's see. Do we know what
And one more, because I can. I mean, we're not done yet, but before we read that, let's go one more place. Let's go one more place, because I've got an answer to your question. Let's go. Oh. Let's go here. October 17th.
I don't find anything wrong with comparing similarities between cases.
This was the day before the filing dropped, October 17th.
It's their channel. Just like these people can cover what they want to cover, we're going to cover what we want to cover. And as long as it's respectful, then that's our prerogative. Nobody else's. People are just miserable.
Oh,
miserable. Imagine spending all your time looking at what other people are doing and worrying and trying to like, I don't know. I'd like to ask Nonsense, what's your goal?
Muscles are
goodness.
not.
What's my goal? I got an answer for you. Today it's to watch you squirm, because that's what I'm here for today. But overall, it's to show that this cannot continue, and to stand against normalizing people using our justice system to re-victimize people, people using a missing child's name for a personal vendetta, people doing targeted hate campaigns such as your buddies at Night have been doing. My goal is to hopefully be a part of a growing group of people who are going to make change and see this ended. That's pretty much it. That's my goal. But before we go to the filing, let me do one more. I sound like Janice now. One more. Let's go back just a moment in time to December 22nd, when BJ was reviewing Granny, and then we'll read the filing.
Show you.
So, well, she made up a rumor that my then 14, 15-year-old daughter and her friend trolled as missing children. That's what she said, Michelle. And I'm not going to lie. I'm still pissed about it. Like, I'm really angry about it. But
all right.
it's all right,
Listen.
all of this will be settled at the end of the day.
Listen to this.
We know that people on YouTube, they build parasocial relationships, or they have strong dislike towards another. So they ignore all the obvious. They deny the obvious. They support blatant lies, whatever it may be. But outside of YouTube, in the real world, that's not the way this works. So I'll go.
Yes. In the real world, that's not the way that this works, Granny, because your lies are not going to work in the real world. You're absolutely right. You can twist the mind.
Guess whose lies didn't work in the legal system? Yours.
Minds of the people that support you, and you can act like they aren't telling the truth, or you can act like I'm not telling the truth. And
we don't have to act like you're not telling the truth. We can show that you're not telling the truth. Miss L, thank you so much for the support. My end goal, well, for today, it's to relish in this moment of watching Granny have this win.
You can make them believe it all you want, but guess
That's
what?
my goal today.
Guess what, Granny?
What?
At the end of the day, when you go for litigation and you actually go before a judge, guess what they're going to do, Granny?
What are they?
They're going to look for the actual evidence.
No.
So let's show a little bit, shall we? Come on. What did y'all heard what she said, right? She said I lied. Did she not just say I lied about her daughter?
And what does she do to show her quote unquote evidence? She goes to a channel that's not a part of the filing, has nothing to do with the filing, nothing to do with anything claimed in the filing. But this is what she did. Stuff that wasn't even included in the declarations and the filings and the exhibits, anything like that. But this was to prove that she had evidence of these things, right? A court was going to be looking for evidence. Well, fuck, that never seemed to happen, right? But let's let her carry on for a few more moments, because I love this arrogant side of her.
Well, if I lied about your daughter, it's because you lied about it first. Here you go. Hang on.
She tries to go back and, scold Granny over stuff that had nothing to do with it. But I'm gonna bump forward back to Granny, because we don't even need to go down this road. BJ proves herself incapable of understanding time and time again. Here she goes. There she is.
Harmful lie. It's such a ridiculous lie. You wouldn't think that you need to send out cease and desist when somebody has you in active litigation, but it seems like that might be the route that we have to take. So you're right, CCC. You're right. And then she puts on this stupid, unknowing attitude and, becomes the victim every single time. It's been like this for years, literally years. I've dealt with this for years. Luckily, somebody that has a bunch of stuff from the past is putting together a video to show just that, including her admitting that she can't stop talking about me, even though I don't mention her. So a lot of things are going to come out. A lot of things are going to,
you don't mention me,
lots
y'all.
of channels are popping up, and
You don't
I support
mention
it.
me.
I will advertise them. I will support them. I will play them, and I will not give two shits about doing so. When I see that this person is actively sharing streams of people that strictly go at me, yeah, Well, she's highly mistaken, Blondini. She's highly mistaken.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Highly mistaken.
Right.
So
let her keep going. Let's listen to the
she
lie.
made up a rumor that my then 14, 15-year-old daughter and her
I
friend
made up a rumor.
trolled as missing children. That's what she said, Michelle.
Listen to that again. And these
And I'm not
people
gonna
are
lie,
over there.
I'm still pissed about it. Like, I'm really
listen,
angry.
These people are eating it up.
Well, she made up a rumor that my then 14, 15-year-old daughter and her friend trolled as missing children. That's what she said, Michelle. And I'm not gonna lie, I'm still pissed about it. Like, I'm really angry about it. But it's all right, because all of this will be settled at the end of the day. We know that people on YouTube, they build parasocial relationships, or they have strong dislike towards another, so they ignore all the obvious, they deny the obvious, they support blatant lies, whatever it may be. But outside of YouTube, in the real world, that's not the way this works. So I'll go ahead and let the courts determine who's the liar. Nobody appreciates.
Really? We don't need the courts to even do that. It's right here.
Oh, we don't.
Here we go again.
She's at people. Get out of here. Get off. Yeah, she's messing with us. Yeah, she's being a smart ass.
Well, guess what? The courts determined. Well, let's listen to it.
Ahead and do something crazy because of the lies. Exactly. And Granny does not care. Well, does Barbecue know that this litigation is going to lead to that? I hope she knows that. I hope Barbecue knows that the litigation is going to that's going to open the doors for discovery on her $22,000 fundraiser into the I'm just saying, into the
Well, this didn't age well, did it there, BJ?
billboards.
Oh, did it?
I'm just not going to be lied on. I'll tell you that.
Oh.
Yep.
We don't have to lie on you. Here, let's just go read it. All right. Let's look at this. Actually, let's go to this one first. This is the denial right here, because the last thing that they filed for and requested was an emergency motion for a protection order. You see here, this right there. This would be your plaintiffs on your screen. At Night Media LLC, Dwayne Dog Chapman, Seth Rogers, Tony Mathis, BHB, aka Andrew Griffin, Brittany Nicole Jackson, Christina O'Donnell, Julia Valente, Hong Z, Nick the Hat. Against Granny. Oh, what does that say? Order denying plaintiff's amended emergency motion for protective order and to enjoin unauthorized recording, broadcasting, and doxing. So the first thing that the judge denied was this. And now this 17th day, today, of April 2025, upon consideration of the amended emergency motion for protective order and to enjoin unauthorized recording, broadcasting, and doxing, filed by the plaintiffs on March 26, 2025, as well as the accompanying 446 exhibits thereto, filed a record with the amended motion on March 26, 2025, defendant Granny having filed a timely answer to the March 26 motion, which was joined by defendant Trude, Barbecue Lady, and a supplemental reply filed by Granny, and having considered all of the foregoing and having resolved by separate order the defendant's motions filed pursuant to 42 PA blah, 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 it is hereby ordered and decreed as follows. This is, again, about the emergency order for protection that they wanted to file. We'll read the anti-SLAPP ruling in just a moment. So bear with me. We've got a little to read through. This case relates to online podcast hosted by Barbecue and Granny, on which Barbecue and Granny and members of the public who choose to log on to and or participate in the podcast through live sessions and or chat rooms discuss true crime investigation and proceedings of national significance. Specifically, the podcasts at issue in this case relate to the case of a missing teen or missing Tennessee child whose father, Seth Rogers, has utilized both television and social media to find said missing child. In those efforts, Rogers has coordinated efforts with dozens of other persons, entities, and authorities, including but not limited to the other 9 plaintiffs in this action: a media company, a television personality, and a bounty hunter, and various social media personalities, YouTube broadcasters, podcasters, and online personalities. Plaintiff's complaint against defendant podcasters, the 50 Doe defendants, alleges that defendants' statements and conduct on their podcasts give rise to civil and criminal liability and purports to allege 47 counts against the defendants, including defamation, harassment, intentional infliction of emotional distress, cyber stalking, and or cyber harassment, civil conspiracy, and coordinate defamation, criminal conspiracy, interference with prospective business relations, as well as alleged violations of the Pennsylvania Corrupt Organizations Act and violations of Racketeer Influenced and Corrupt Organizations Act and violations of other criminal statutes. The complaint seeks only injunctive equitable relief. Defendants do not dispute that they have discussed the search for the missing Tennessee child during their shows, but in their separately filed and above referenced motions pursuant to 42 PA blah blah blah, the anti-SLAPP, assert that the lawsuit is a strategic lawsuit against public participation, SLAPP, designed to chill their constitutional rights to free speech. They are immune from liability for their conduct and speech on YouTube podcasts under Pennsylvania's recently enacted and so-called anti-SLAPP statute, and that the complaint lacks any merit and must be dismissed pursuant to Pennsylvania's anti-SLAPP statute. Defendants' anti-SLAPP motions were taken under advisement after statutorily required oral argument at a hearing on February 18th. And by separate order, the court has granted defendants' anti-SLAPP motions, dismissing the complaint and thus terminating this case. Oh, wait, dismissing and terminating this case. Well, say it ain't so. As such, plaintiff's emergency motion for protective order and to enjoin unauthorized recording, broadcasting, and doxing filed on March 26th is denied as moot, as the case is no longer an active case. Alternatively, this court determines that the plaintiff's March 26 motion lacks merit. That motion requests emergency injunctive relief based on alleged conduct at the February 18th, 2025 court hearing, which the motion suggests is violative of Pennsylvania's criminal statute, rendering unlawful the use of audio or video device in court. This court has reviewed all 107 pages thereof, the 505 paragraphs, and the accompanying 446 exhibits, and finds that not one page, paragraph, or exhibit allows the court to conclude that any named defendant engaged in any unauthorized recording or broadcasting of the February 18th, 2025 court hearing before the undersigned. There is no exhibit or evidence that demonstrates that any named defendant disseminated any video or audio or in any other way broadcast the actual courtroom proceedings on February 18th, 2025. Plaintiffs have not pointed the court to any rule of civil procedure or case law that prohibits a party from publicly discussing a case or courtroom proceeding where there is no existing so-called gag order in place. There is no such gag order issued by the undersigned in any other Delaware County Court of Common Pleas judge in the above captioned case. There has been no reference of any alleged misconduct at the February 18th, 2025 court hearing to the Delaware County Criminal Investigation Division, and the undersigned is unaware of any criminal proceedings initiated to enforce the criminal statute invoked by plaintiffs in the March 26 motion. Therefore, the March 26 motion must be denied for further reason that it lacks merit. Signed, the judge. Well, shit. So there's that one. Not one. And here we go with the really big piece of this. Well, here we go. Let's make this big. You see those plaintiffs right there? Same plaintiffs. Yes, it's crooked. It's not my fault. Barbecue and Granny. Let's see what this says. Order granting defendants motion for dismissal and requiring plaintiffs to pay defendants attorney's fees and costs under the Pennsylvania anti-SLAPP statute. Should we take a collective breath? Can we get a whoopsie oopsie? Sure can. We sure can.
Whoopsie, made a oopsie.
And now, the 17th day of April 2025, upon consideration of the motion pursuant to 42 PACS filed by Barbecue on December 20th, 2024, and similar motion to dismiss filed by Granny. I hate reading them crooked, on December 23rd, and together with the Trude motions, the anti-slap motions, plaintiffs' untimely responses thereto. Where are we? Filed on February 14th, 2025, in an apparent response to having received a notice dated February 12th, 2025, advising that oral argument on the anti-slap motions would be heard on February 18th, 2025. The parties' filings of record related thereto. The second reply in further support of the Trude motion filed on February 26, 2025, and the supplemental reply memorandum of law in support of the Granny filed on February 27th, and the operative complaint for injunctive relief and other equitable relief filed nominally by 10 plaintiffs on October 18th, 2024, and having held oral arguments, we'll read the footnotes in a minute, on the anti-slap motions on February 18th, 2025, and having now reviewed all relevant submissions as well as the applicable sections of Pennsylvania's Uniform Public Expression Protection Act, it is hereby ordered and decreed, right here, that the anti-slap motions are granted for the reasons set forth herein. This case arises from alleged statements and or conduct of the defendants who host true crime podcasts on YouTube. Wait, hold on. It just blinked me out. Okay. And a moderate online discussions with members of the public about news and or criminal investigations. In particular, the defendant podcasters, Barbecue and Granny, have discussed the case of a missing Tennessee child and in public and or publicly available online channels, podcasts, live shows, and or chat rooms on YouTube. The father of the missing child is plaintiff Seth Rogers, who has coordinated with various individuals and entities, including but not limited to the other 9 plaintiffs in this case, all of whom are either a media company, a television personality, and or various YouTube broadcasters and or podcasters and or online social media personalities to attempt to find his son. In a sprawling and at times almost incomprehensible document, and over the course of 79 pages and 350 paragraphs, the complaint in the civil action suggests that various statements of the 2 named podcast defendants and 50 unnamed Doe defendants made on publicly accessible online YouTube platforms give rise to no fewer than 47 purported causes of action under various state and federal criminal and civil statutes and Pennsylvania common law. The complaint does not seek damages for alleged wrongful conduct. Rather, it seeks to preclude defendants from hosting their podcasts and to enjoin various forms of speech and or conduct. Indeed, at least one of the plaintiffs has stated expressly that he intended to file a lawsuit without regard to whether he would win, but solely to cause the defendants to incur fees in defending against it. Hold on, you guys. Kyle just texted me. Give me 1 second. Kyle just sent me a selfie of him outside the airport. Babe. Indeed, at least one of the plaintiffs has, okay, we read that. See reply, and we'll read the footnotes in a second. Let's see. See reply, further support of Trude, motion, blah, 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 blah. Text message from Plaintiff Mathis to defendant Trude stating, LOL, I'm actually going to file a civil suit against you and make you pay to defend it. Don't even care if I win. Screw filing a cease and desist. Waste of time. Stand by. I was done with you, but oh well. Emphasis added. See also Granny, motion exhibit B, posting on a live chat replay. We're not asking for money, etc. If they end the nonsense Monday, this could be settled Tuesday. Ooh, she put those in there. That's scary. The YouTube broadcasters and or podcasters, Barbecue and Granny, do not dispute that they have discussed the search for the missing child during their shows. Indeed, all parties agree that, as summarized by the court during oral arguments, Miss Granny and Barbecue host true crime podcasts that are broadcast on the internet. In those podcasts, like any other podcast, they take calls, they make comments, they express opinions about crimes and investigation and incidents. NT at 6. By and through the motions before the court, however, defendants assert that the, quote, topics about which they comment on their podcasts are from public sources. And as a result, the motions assert that the lawsuits have to be dismissed because what defendants engage in is publicly protected free speech, and that the purpose of the lawsuit is to chill that free speech, end quote. The anti-SLAPP motions assert that the lawsuit is not only frivolous and baseless, but also a prime example of the type of lawsuit that the Pennsylvania legislature sought to deter by enacting a statute whose express aim is to protect Pennsylvania citizens from SLAPP, strategic lawsuits against public participation. Defendants contend that through Pennsylvania's anti-SLAPP statute that the legislature provides courts with authority to dismiss lawsuits like this one at an early stage of the litigation to protect defendants from having to defend against meritless claims and designed to chill their free speech. In other words, Pennsylvania's anti-SLAPP statute, like other states' similar statutes, not only provides essential free speech protections, but also protects those exercising their constitutional rights from incurring fees and costs unnecessarily. In theory, the Pennsylvania anti-SLAPP statute should deter such claims from being brought. It did not do so here, and therefore defendants in this case invoke the statute and assert in the anti-SLAPP motions before the court that the complaint should be dismissed, and they should be awarded their fees and costs in defending against this meritless claims to date. Chief among the rights and liberties embodied in the United States Constitution is the freedom of expression. In the summer of 2024, Pennsylvania enacted the Pennsylvania Uniform Public Expression Protection Act, the so-called Pennsylvania anti-SLAPP statute. Lawsuits brought primarily to chill the valid exercise of speech and to encourage continued participation in matters of public significance. Based on the Uniform Laws Commission's Uniform Public Expression Protection Act, Pennsylvania's anti-SLAPP statute is designed to protect from baseless lawsuits those individuals who are engaged in constitutionally protected activities such as speech or petitioning related to public participation. It does so by granting immunity in the form of substantive relief to parties who exercise their rights to protected public expression. The avenue for a defendant to invoke this immunity and secure the substantive relief afforded by the statute is a motion to dismiss, made within 60 days of a complaint being filed that asserts that the causes of action are based upon the movement's public expressions that are immune from suit. Pennsylvania's anti-SLAPP statute provides for immunity in civil cases if either of the following applies. Establish a prima facie case as to each essential element of the cause of action, or state a cause of action upon which relief can be granted. 2, where there is no genuine issue as to any material fact, and the person against whom the cause of action based on protected public expression has been asserted is entitled to judgment as a matter of law in whole or in part. The Pennsylvania anti-SLAPP statute defines protected public expression as, number 1, communication in a legislative, executive, judicial, or administrative proceeding, communication on an issue under consideration or review in a legislative, executive, judicial, or administrative proceeding, or exercise on a matter of public concern, of the rights of freedom of speech or of the press, the right to assemble or petition, or the right of association guaranteed by the First Amendment of the Constitution of the United States, or Section 7 or 20 of Article 1 of the Constitution of Pennsylvania. All right, let's take a drink right quick before I read the rest of this. Chasing, it gets fun. I agree. But honestly, in my opinion, considering what they've been doing recently with using a blip board to do it, again, I am all for blip boards with, the Amber Alert, the child's missing face information, the up to $50,000 reward by the FBI, the TBI number, the FBI number, Sumner County's number, anything to highlight the missing child, let people know that he is missing. I'm all for that, but that's not what we are seeing. And I believe that, coupled with the AI photos of the mocking the DV stuff, and then all of this, they need to be, something needs to happen here. Okay, Based on the foregoing, in the preliminary question raised by the anti-SLAPP motions is whether defendants' YouTube podcasts are protected forms of public expression. If so, defendants are immune from the lawsuit in this case unless the court determines that parties asserting their claims have either established a prima facie case as to each essential element of the asserted causes of action or stated a cause of action upon which relief can be granted. The statute provides that in resolving motions such as the anti-SLAPP motions before this court, the court shall consider the record as defined in the special motion and responses and evidence which can be considered on a motion for summary judgment under PA, all of those things. Okay. Where a court grants the relief as requested in the anti-SLAPP motions, the statute is clear that the prevailing party is entitled to an award of attorney's fee, court costs, and litigation expenses. Further, the Pennsylvania anti-SLAPP statute does not preclude an award of punitive damages. These provisions are an attempt not only to deter frivolous lawsuits aimed at silencing speech, but while ensuring the defendants are not financially burdened by defending meritless claims, but also to deter frivolous anti-SLAPP motions filed only to delay litigation. Defendants argue that their YouTube podcasts are protected speech as defined by Section 8340 of Pennsylvania's anti-SLAPP statute because the broadcast podcasts are activities that relate to a matter of public concern and implicate the right of freedom of speech that is granted by the First Amendment to the Constitution of the United States. Speech deals with matters of public concern when it can be fairly considered as relating to any matter of political, social, or other concern to the community, or when it is subject of legitimate news interest, that is, a subject of general interest and of value and a concern to the public. Plaintiffs' untimely responses advance a series of questionable propositions with respect to this part of the analysis, urging the court to conclude that the defendants are not immune from plaintiffs' claims under Pennsylvania's anti-SLAPP statute because of defamation, harassment, and participation in a corrupt enterprise are not forms of protected speech under that statute. They suggest, for example, that the Pennsylvania anti-SLAPP statute defines protected public expression narrowly, even though the statute expressly provides the contrary. Broad construction of this subchapter will implement the goals under paragraphs 2 and 3 of the encouraging participation in matters of public significance, not chilling such participation through abuse of the judicial process, granting immunity to parties exercising rights to protected public expression, and awarded attorney's fees to parties forced to defend against meritless claims arising from the exercising of the rights to protected public expression. Emphasis added. Plaintiffs state further, telling without citation, that the Pennsylvania anti-SLAPP statute explicitly excludes defamatory statements, harassment, and malicious conduct. C, and then she's got another thing, when the statute does no such thing. Similarly, plaintiffs suggest that the defendant's alleged statements fall outside the scope of the statute's narrow definition of protected public expression. Based on Wetch versus Roddy, a case that preceded the enactment of Pennsylvania's anti-SLAPP statute by 24 years and therefore cannot support such a proposition. Plaintiff's response to Graney's motion makes similarly unveiling arguments. For example, in arguing that the defendant's conduct does not qualify as protected public expression, private nature of defendant's conduct, see memorandum, plaintiff's response, blah, 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 has supported the proposition that Pennsylvania's anti-SLAPP statute does not protect knowingly false statements or conduct motivated by malice. Memorandum in response to Graney's motion, emphasis added. But that case does not involve in the Pennsylvania anti-SLAPP statute or any anti-SLAPP statute, so it could not stand for that proposition. Likewise, plaintiffs argue that under Philadelphia Newspapers Incorporated versus HEPS, defendant's conduct is explicitly excluded from anti-SLAPP protections. There's another memorandum at 2-4. But again, that is impossible because the case does not involve the Pennsylvania anti-SLAPP statute or any anti-SLAPP statute. Once again, when Graney was going through this, she was telling us about how they were quoting case law and other things that made no sense whatsoever. That's where this kind of goes back to, like, she's using what they were throwing in these documents over and over again to basically say, yes, this is what they claimed, but there is nothing here to support their claims because that doesn't even make sense, basically, is what they're saying. Okay, why was this? There it goes. Okay. Beyond the it's not opposite. In opposite case law, I can't talk. I can't pronounce these words. Beyond the inapposite case law, moreover, plaintiffs cannot credibly claim that the search for a missing child, for which they themselves have coordinated extensive efforts publicly, as described throughout their complaint, is not a matter of public significance. Moreover, plaintiff's response to the Granny's motion admits that saying Granny, hosts a podcast discussing true crime and that the podcast involves calls and chat communications and discusses national news and trending cases. And here is all of those footnotes. Abundant paragraphs in the complaint describe how plaintiffs themselves have intentionally taken their investigation for the missing child public by, for example, publicizing the dispute through the plaintiff Dwayne the Dog Chapman's many live television appearances, publicly issuing a reward for information, and accusing the missing child's stepfather of being involved in its disappearance. That's just one of the footnotes. Okay. They admit further that news outlets and social media platforms discuss the disappearance of Mr. Rogers' missing child and that defendant's podcast includes an open panel feature. They acknowledge public interest in this child's disappearance. They further and fully acknowledge that the plaintiffs At Night and Nick the Hat and others involved in their effort have coordinated media outreach and have made public statements about their investigation and this lawsuit, including, but not limited to, hosting a press conference and conducting a live stream broadcast about the matter. Thus, it is simply not credible to argue that the defendant's statements conduct do not fall within the scope of the Pennsylvania anti-SLAPP statute that provides immunity from suit or protected public expression. To be clear, the First Amendment to the United States Constitution states, Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof, or abridging the freedom of speech, or of the press, or the right of the people peaceably to assemble and to petition the government for a redress of grievances. U.S. Constitution amended, emphasis added. While freedom of speech is a cherished right, this right is not absolute at all times and under all circumstances, and thus can be regulated. Regulation of a person's freedom of speech may occur if the speech would inflict a harm or is a true threat, or as such speech has been deemed unacceptable. Then there's a bunch of case law stuff here. Let me see if I can get through this. Citations omitted. A thorough review of the complaint in this case leads the court to conclude that the plaintiffs have not alleged any speech by any of the defendants from which the court can conclude that defendants' words would inflict a harm, are a true threat, or have been deemed unacceptable. See cases supra, see also Watts versus United States. Notably, plaintiffs do not even attempt to so argue in their untimely responses to the anti-SLAPP motions. At oral argument, moreover, when pressed to tell the court why what the defendants are doing, hosting true crime podcasts with topics culled from public sources, why that's not publicly protected free speech, plaintiffs offered the following. Because it goes a step further. During these podcasts, they made accusations Seth Rogers being a pedophile. This is more than passing a note to a person next to me. This is more than me espousing in a court document. What we have is going beyond name calling and sarcasm. We have people who are espousing to thousands of viewers in these podcasts all over the world, all over the country, who are then coming back and causing damage, irreparable damage to Mr. Mathis, who is helping Seth Rogers in finding of his child. And these podcasts are getting in the way of him doing that because they are labeling him, and they have labeled him and accused him of being the offender. They have accused him of being a molester. This argument does not advance the ball for the plaintiffs for at least three reasons. First, they appear to suggest that by making statements in a forum that is accessible all over the world changes the analysis. The court is aware that no authority, nor do the plaintiffs provide any, that would support a conclusion that there is a different framework for assessing speech when made during a public podcast, particularly one on which plaintiffs themselves are communicating. Second, plaintiff's argument seems to be that the unnamed others who listen to defendants' podcasts are the persons who are causing harm to the plaintiffs, or some of them, Mr. Mathis and Mr. Rogers. There is nothing in the complaint that provides any specific information of how defendants are causing others to act on their alleged accusations. No information as to which of the defendants made the statements, no information as to who the unnamed others are or how the others harmed plaintiffs. Third, the only time in the entire complaint that the plaintiffs allege defendants to have made accusations related to pedophilia is in the court for intentional infliction of emotional distress, not defamation, asserted on behalf of plaintiff Rogers. As alleged, and even when viewed through the lens of a claim for defamation, this single alleged accusation that one of the plaintiffs is a pedophile does not take the speech out of scope of protected public speech because of the suggestion made by the plaintiffs here that such an accusation is defamatory. This footnote says plaintiffs also argued, as they stated in their untimely responses, that there's no immunity in Pennsylvania for it is not protected in presenting knowingly false factual allegations, and that purely private or malicious attacks aren't privileged to the same degree, and that malicious tone supports actual malice. Plaintiffs conceded that statements and stating things and putting public opinion on podcasts is one thing, but argued that making factual allegations against somebody with no actual facts, with no evidence whatsoever, cannot be protected immunity, noting that there's still speech that isn't protected by the First Amendment. That's that footnote. This is fucking wild. Okay. Sorry, I had to take a break. This is a lot of reading. We got 15 more pages to go. Sorry for my ramblings. These are hard documents to read because I'm not no legal eagle beagle speaker, anything. But I'm doing my best. So thank you for the nonsense review of this. Because this is a lot. In light of the foregoing, the court concludes that the defendant's YouTube podcast fall well within the freedom of speech protections afforded by the First Amendment of the United States Constitution. Moreover, defendant's speech on their YouTube podcast can be fairly considered as relating to a matter of concern to the community, the search for a missing child, and or are subjects of legitimate news interest, subjects of general interest, and of value and concern to the public. In light of those conclusions, the defendants are immune from civil liability under Pennsylvania's anti-SLAPP statute, unless the materials in the record before the court establish that plaintiff's complaint sets forth a prima facie case as to each essential element of the causes of action alleged, or that the complaint states a cause of action upon which relief can be granted. Defendants argue that plaintiffs have not, through their complaint, established a prima facie case as to each essential element of the causes of action against the defendants, or stated a cause of action upon which relief can be granted, and that many of the purported counts in the complaint are not actionable in this civil case, and thus should be dismissed as a matter of law. Defendants argue further that the complaint on its face supports the conclusion that it was brought for an improper purpose. Plaintiff's untimely response to defendant Barbecue's motion declares that they have established a prima facie case for the claims of defamation, harassment, and the violation of the corrupt organization, the RICO statute, through sworn declarations and exhibits. As noted above, the court may also uphold a movement's public expression immunity where there is no genuine issue as to any material fact and the person against whom the cause of action based on protected public expression has been asserted is entitled to a judgment as a matter of law in whole or part. Then there's stuff about Supreme Court cases. Okay. Let me finish reading this. Sorry, I cut it off. Plaintiff's untimely response to defendant Barbecue's motion declares that they have established a prima facie case for the claims of defamation, harassment, and the violation of the corrupt organization RICO Act through sworn declarations and exhibits, and that they have provided declarations and otherwise met the elements of claims for defamation, harassment, and corrupt organizations. Notably, plaintiff's untimely response to defendant Graney's motions declares that they have established a prima facie case for the claims of defamation, harassment, intentional infliction of emotional distress, and mischaracterization of settlement discussions. Plaintiff's memorandum in response to Granny's motion asserts inconsistently that they have established a prima facie case for each claim, but then addresses only the purported claim for defamation, and again refers to various declarations that are nowhere in the record before the court. As noted elsewhere, herein the complaint references many exhibits, but does not actually include any, nor were any ever submitted via Precipe after plaintiffs initiated the lawsuit in October 2024 or at any reasonable time thereafter, nor did plaintiffs attach any such declarations or any relevant exhibits to their untimely responses to the anti-SLAPP motions in February 2025, and only attempted to expand the record at oral argument on the anti-SLAPP motions 4 months after they filed their complaint. Thus, statements such as plaintiffs have provided substantial evidence supporting their claims, including declarations and documented social media evidence, are patently incorrect, as plaintiffs have done no such thing. So for anybody that doesn't understand what that's saying, it's saying that the plaintiffs lied. The plaintiffs claim that they supported all of these claims with evidence and exhibits, which we know that they filed the exhibits publicly on their website, but they never added them to the court record whatsoever. So that's basically stating, in layman's terms, that they are stating they provided the court with all of this evidence, which never happened, even 4 months later. Yeah, that's exactly what it's saying. Exactly what it's saying, Chasing. Where is the evidence? Where? They publish them again. Hey, Granny. They publish them on their website, but not on the document. Hold on, you guys. I gotta get ice for a second and take a drink. Give me 1 second. Here, let's play this little button thing right quick. What do I have here? I'm playing one of Duchess's. I don't know what it is.
Darling, correct me if I'm wrong, but at some point in your life, perhaps when you were a child, someone took you aside and said, you are important. You have something important to say. People are dying. They're clamoring to hear your opinion. Did that happen, darling? Well, if so, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but they lied to you. Nobody cares. Your opinion is worthless. It's trash. Keep it to yourself.
I mean, that was pretty fitting. I didn't know which one was which, but there we go. All right, are we ready? Here we go for the rest of the documents. I mean, they're just continuing to say not happening. Then there's all these other footnotes. We can read through those if you want to. Overall, plaintiffs' responses to the anti-SLAPP motions are as unhelpful to the court's resolution thereof as the complaints, but for different reasons. Put differently, plaintiffs' untimely responses are anemic as their complaint is verbose. As noted, the responses not only refer to exhibits not in the record, but also simply make summary statements without any analysis that the defendant's conduct does not fall within the scope of protection afforded by Pennsylvania's anti-SLAPP statute, and that the plaintiffs have established a prima facie case for each claim. Surprisingly, given the length and the breadth of the complaint's wild allegations and its 47 supposed counts, the responses to the anti-SLAPP motions contain no reference whatsoever to any of those allegations and no analysis of how any of those allegations establish any prima facie claim, whether with respect to the 47 counts in the complaint or even just the 4 claims that the responses state flatly have been established. Put differently, plaintiffs' responses to the anti-SLAPP motions are not presented in a manner that helps the court discern which portions of the record actually establish a prima facie case as to each essential element of the causes of actions purported to have been stated in the complaint, or which portions of the record, or even just which allegations in the complaint, would allow the court to conclude that the plaintiffs have stated a cause of action upon which relief can be granted. Moreover, and particularly important in light of the stated purposes of Pennsylvania's anti-SLAPP statute, Plaintiff's unwieldy and cumbersome complaints prevents defendants from discerning the salient facts and civil tort that they have supposedly violated, thus rendering the defense of such a lawsuit even more difficult and costly than a lawsuit that is drafted with directness and clarity. Although the court has attempted to decipher the complaint, the court notes that the plaintiff's untimely, paltry responses to the anti-SLAPP motions fall far short of demonstrating that the immunity afforded by Pennsylvania's anti-SLAPP statute does not apply in this instance, or that plaintiffs have properly pled or supported any viable cause of action against the defendants. So in other words, they threw everything at it and didn't throw anything at it at the same time. Although the court could grant the anti-SLAPP motions on the basis of the foregoing alone, meaning that just this one part right here is enough to grant the anti-SLAPP, she found multiple things. Give me 1 second. I got to do a quick button. We need a cigarette break. Because this is called a legal ass whipping. This is called the judge said, fuck around and found out. Holy shit. I don't know who sent their audience over here. Whoever did, thank you guys for coming in and supporting. I'll read the footnotes. Yeah, I'll read them. I've been reading some of them not so much, but yes, we can read them. Give me a minute. We can read. You want me to read? Want me to read all of these? We can do that. Okay, let me go up here. Holy shit. Okay, let's go back to page 11 right quick. So the footnotes on these say, as noted above, the court may also uphold a movement's public expression immunity where there is no genuine issue as to any material fact and the person against whom the cause of action based on protected public expression has been asserted is entitled to judgment as a matter of law in whole or part. The Superior Court has found that it is unlawful for any person to conspire or violate the RICO provisions. Case law, while ascertaining the validity of a claim under this statute, courts are clear that any claim under Section 1962 based on the conspiracy to violate the other subsections of Section 1962 necessarily must fail if substantive claims are themselves deficient. The complaint here is utterly deficient as to all substantive claims raised under RICO. Not only do the complaint and the responses to the anti-SLAPP motions fail to specify the purported enterprise, besides naming both named defendants as the enterprise, the complaint fails to allege RICO action under Section 1962. And the responses to the anti-SLAPP motions fail to address the arguments on this issue as raised by defendants' anti-SLAPP motions. Again, and notably, while the court permitted supplemental memorandum from all parties following oral arguments as to the anti-SLAPP motions, plaintiffs failed to provide any supplemental brief in response to the defendant's arguments at oral argument, which brief could have addressed the specific issues raised by defendants. Finally, the counts of the complaint do not establish that the defendants engaged in any pattern of racketeering activity, nor does it establish a RICO claim under Section 1962 of the statute. Basically, none, not, zip, zero, zilch. Plaintiff's responses, therefore, purport to address only 4 of the 47 counts described in the complaint. Neither in the plaintiff's untimely responses nor the plaintiff's presentation to the court at oral argument did plaintiffs ever address any of the other purported 43 counts to which they allude to in the complaint. The only visible exhibit attached to the plaintiff's responses were Exhibit A, a photocopy of a Florida driver's license of an individual who is not referenced in the response and is not otherwise a party to this case. See response to Trude motion. Indeed, the only exhibit to which the response to the barbecue motion refers is an unappended Exhibit B. See response. true motion, barbecue motion. As to the other filed response, again, there is a reference to an Exhibit B, yet appended to the response is an Exhibit A that is merely a black page containing a DocuSign envelope number at the top left corner. At oral arguments, plaintiffs not only requested that the court expand the record by considering vast amounts of purported evidence, included but not limited to hundreds of hours of podcasts and other written documents that they chose not to submit in any form 4 months prior, but also requested a continuance of the oral argument so that they could undertake discovery. Plaintiffs suggested that the court could continue the hearing on the anti-SLAPP motions so that the plaintiffs can provide digital evidence. The Pennsylvania anti-SLAPP statute does not allow a court to delay oral arguments either for good cause or to allow limited discovery if a party shows that specific information is necessary to establish whether a party has satisfied or failed to satisfy a burden under section 8430-1 and is not reasonably available unless discovery is allowed. When pressed at oral argument as to the nature of the discovery, plaintiffs needed plaintiffs represented as follows. I have the discovery to hand to the defense counsel. I believe it would be relevant to them to have the exhibits and the discovery in this case. So we're asking the court for a short time to provide that discovery. It is hundreds of hours of digital evidence that I have on thumb drives. I could not put it into a document form because it does not exist in a document form. So we're asking for a chance to do that, as well as any other discovery that may be needed in this case for this oral argument. I understand that this is, the last minute. Defendants objected vehemently to the request, suggesting discovery is more nonsense added to an already egregious scenario that's before this court, including but not limited to a complaint that lacks a single properly pled allegation, people identified as plaintiffs with no allegation but any claims whatsoever, and allegations that are included to try and intimidate 2 women who had put up with this stuff. As such, the court requested again that the plaintiffs identify the discovery they need, to which plaintiffs responded as follows. Some information as to the basis of their podcast. So we have podcasts going all the way back to the beginning of October from these 2 defendants regarding my clients and the statement made about my clients. As defendants counsel noted, plaintiffs admittedly repeated that they already have an overwhelming amount of information in their possession. Moreover, as noted herein, nothing prevented plaintiffs from supplementing the record at or near the time of the filing of the complaint in October 2024 with either the paper documents in their possession or with transcripts of the podcast. They did not do so. They waited until the day of the oral argument to raise the issue. Plaintiffs also argued, if allowed, they could file interrogatories to ask questions about what defendants mean on these hours and hours and hours, hundreds of hours of podcasts, to find out what it is that these defendants had intention as far as these podcasts. Plaintiffs suggested that they have a burden to show probable cause, but Pennsylvania's anti-SLAPP statute does not require such a showing. The court observes, as it does elsewhere herein, that one of the plaintiff's apparent themes in their complaint is that the defendant's conduct is criminal. In a criminal proceeding, probable cause would, of course, be relevant. Ultimately, the court denied plaintiffs' request for a continuance to conduct discovery, noting that defendants had not requested any discovery. The court notes further herein that it agrees with the defendants. Plaintiffs, by their own admission at oral argument, already had abundant amounts of information. The 350-paragraph complaint alone suggests that plaintiffs do not lack information, nor do they lack the wherewithal to have provided that information and the sources of that information to defendants and the court at a much earlier stage in litigation. Simply put, there was no good cause to grant the request. Indeed, granting the request would have contravened the spirit and express purpose of the Pennsylvania anti-SLAPP statute. Those are the fun footnotes. This is freaking insane. Insane. Thank you guys for all hanging out with us, coming over and listening to me read this insanity here. What are the predictions for how this will be spun? Kathy Fort, not my fault, somebody else's fault. I was talked into it, but I don't know. The NDA may prevent that too. Thank you for the support. Bo, thank you so much for being a member for 6 months. Huge win for the ladies. Southernish, thank you so much for being a member for a month. Huge win for Granny. Yep, give it up to the beautiful, amazing ladies. They already tried that. It's a federal case. And by the way, if you came in late, you might want to rewind because in true nonsense fashion, I made this a little bit of a slow burn. So I let BJ read the declarations and her reasons why before we read these. So if you came in late, you might at some point in time, but I am going to throw in a few more things at the end here just to remind people of where we are. Oh, Music City Mom, thank you. Thank you for the support. Granny, if you want a link, you just tell me. I know you're exhausted, but if you want to come up here, you just tell me. You keep getting distracted. Tara, these are so hard to read. Thank you all for coming in and hanging out with us. Sorry, I don't even attempt to act like I know how to read most of the time, let alone legal documents. So don't worry about me skipping words that I don't know how to pronounce or just mumbling. That's what I do. Okay, that's how we get through life over here. We just fake it till we make it. All right, let's read this right here. Overall, plaintiff's responses to the anti-SLAPP motions are as unhelpful to the court's resolution thereof as the complaint, but for different reasons. Put differently, plaintiff's untimely responses are as anemic as their complaint is verbose. As noted, the responses not only refer to exhibits not in the record, but also simply make summary statements without any analysis that the defendant's conduct does not fall within the scope of protection afforded by Pennsylvania's anti-SLAPP statute, and that the plaintiffs have established a prima facie case for each claim. Surprisingly, given the length and the breadth of the complaint's wild allegations and its 47 supposed counts, the responses to the anti-SLAPP motions contain no reference whatsoever to any of those allegations and no analysis of how any of those allegations establish any prima facie claim, whether with respect to the 47 counts in the complaint or even just the 4 claims that the responses state flatly have been established. Put differently, plaintiffs' responses to the anti-SLAPP motions are not presented in a manner that helps the court discern which portions of the record actually establish a prima facie case as to each essential element of the causes of action purported to have been stated in the complaint, or which portions of the record, or even just which allegations in the complaint would allow the court to conclude that the plaintiffs had stated a cause of action upon which relief can be granted. Moreover, and particularly important in light of the stated purposes of Pennsylvania's anti-SLAPP statute, plaintiffs' unwieldy and cumbersome complaints prevents defendants from discerning the salient facts in civil torts that they have supposedly violated, thus rendering the defense of such a lawsuit even more difficult and costly than a lawsuit that is drafted with directness and clarity. Although the court has attempted to decipher the complaint, and the court notes that the plaintiff's untimely partial responses to the anti-SLAPP motions fall far short of demonstrating the immunity afforded by Pennsylvania's anti-SLAPP statute does not apply in this instance, or that the plaintiffs have properly pled or supported any viable cause of action against the defendants. These footnotes state, as noted elsewhere herein, plaintiffs' untimely responses cite to an apposite case law that does not help them or this court to resolve the motions before the court. For example, Office of the Governor versus Bari. See memorandum in response to Granny motion involves an appeal of a final determination of the Office of Open Records granting a request for information pursuant to the right to know law, not the Pennsylvania anti-SLAPP statute. As noted above, plaintiffs' untimely responses speak to only 4 of the purported causes of action identified in the complaint. In the comparable context of a motion for summary judgment, the party who has the burden at trial must, in his/her response to a motion, point to the evidence in the summary judgment record with respect to each element of the claims at issue that the non-movement believes precludes summary judgment. A response must allow the court to readily discern which portions of the record establish a factual issue with respect to the separate legal claims at issue and the elements thereof. Indeed, Pennsylvania civil blah, 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 substantially. Yeah, come on now with these words. The duty of the trial court as it existed under former Rule 1035 to conduct an independent review of the record. The court should not need to scour the record for every conceivable ground on which to deny summary judgment. Similarly here, plaintiffs should have, but did not, address in any helpful way with citations to the complaint or through exhibits to their responses how their pleading withstands defendants' claimed immunity under Pennsylvania's anti-SLAPP statute. Carrying on, although the court could grant the anti-SLAPP motions on the basis of the foregoing alone, back to this part, including but not limited to plaintiff's failure to point to any allegations or evidence that demonstrates any viable cause of action against the defendants, the court has endeavored to examine the complaint to discern whether there is any basis for plaintiffs to overcome the immunity afforded defendants by Pennsylvania's anti-SLAPP statute. As noted elsewhere, this effort was made difficult by the sprawling behemoth that is largely unverified complaints. Indeed, the civil complaint is a rambling and disorganized document that reads more like a salacious tabloid peppered with references to an undefined enterprise and a host of the criminal Pennsylvania and federal statutes that defendants are accused of violating. In 350 paragraphs, the complaint identifies 10 plaintiffs, although only 8 of them purport to assert any counts against the defendants, alleges various facts, including a brief background followed by a timeline that spans a dozen pages, and sets forth various additional facts under headings for 3 of the plaintiffs, Seth Rogers, Tony Mathis, and BJ. Thereafter, sections 6 through 13 of the complaint then purport to set forth various counts on behalf of some, but not all, the plaintiffs. Simply put, the complaint in this case nearly impedes judicial review because it is poorly pled and lacks a coherent and logical presentation of the material facts on which the causes of action are based in a concise and summary form as required by Pennsylvania Rule of Civil Procedure. Pennsylvania is fact pleading state and requires a greater degree of particularity, I can't talk, an organization than the complaint in this case provides. See Lerner versus Lerner. Requires that the material facts on which a cause of action is based shall be stated in a concise and summary form to enable the adverse party to prepare her defense. If anything, the complaint reads more like a pleading that the scrivener intended to file in a criminal proceeding, as it refers throughout inconsistently to criminal statutes. But even viewed through such a lens, the meandering presentation of the facts supporting supposed violations of law is almost incomprehensible. Indeed, by appearance and substance, the complaint does not seem to have been prepared by a practitioner with more than 20 years of litigation experience. Do you guys get what that just said right there? That was a slap, a big old slap at fucking Lesniak. That was basically saying that this doesn't seem like Lesniak wrote this. An attorney with more than 20 years under his belt. Absolutely fucking insane to see that written, but so deserving. Just this part right here. Indeed, by appearance and substance, the complaint does not seem to have been prepared by a practitioner with more than 20 years of litigation experience. The footnotes on these pages, let's see. We have, these are what she was referencing to as the counts and or the lack of counts in the complaint. And then we'll read these ones. I'm going to play you another Duchess button right quick, just so I can take a drink, because this is a lot of reading.
I'd like to see the police report.
We didn't call the police.
Why not? Why not? Were you all drunk?
No, ma'am, I was not drinking.
Drugging?
No, not drugging.
They slept together, Your Honor.
Just a second.
Admittingly,
Listen to me.
slept together.
Listen to me.
Okay.
I know my customers.
Yeah.
I've been doing this for 50 years.
Okay.
50. 50.
My apologies.
Very good.
Thankfully, Duchess is like a bunch of buttons over here, so I can just let her go when I need to do something for a quick minute. All right, carrying on. This is wild. If the wind gets to be too much outside, let me know. I'm sitting outside reading this. The complaint is signed by Joseph P. Lesniak, Esquire, who is the attorney of record in this case and is also identified in this case caption. While the court notes that Mr. Lesniak practices primarily in the criminal courts, he has, according to his website, some experience in non-criminal matters as well, and certainly understands or should understand the rules of pleading governing civil complaints. Although the caption of this case also identifies attorney Bruce L. Castor, Jr. Esquire, a prominent attorney with a significant local, statewide, and national reputation, see Bruce Castor Wikipedia, Mr. Castor did not sign the complaint and is not counsel of record, as evidenced by the lack of any entry of appearance filed by Mr. Castor for any of the plaintiffs in this case. Nevertheless, the complaint describes attorney Castor as being intimately involved in this action on behalf of the plaintiffs. Ooh, that's not good. The complaint then sets forth, and it gives like his dog's appearance with Bruce Castor right here when they were on court TV. It mentions that. And then it says, the complaint then sets forth in a great detail what attorney Castor purportedly said, emphasizing his alleged words that if things worsen, I will recommend plaintiffs take legal action because the situation has become totally unreasonable, which we've listened to him state that numerous times. At oral argument, Mr. Lesniak represented that attorney Castor was not, in fact, an attorney of record, but was consulted in this matter and gave permission to use his name at the top. Oh, brother. Exhibits attached to defendant's submissions in connection with the anti-SLAPP motions reflect not only that attorney Castor is not involved in this case, and any indication otherwise is an error, but also that attorney Castor requested that the plaintiffs correct any misunderstanding in that regard, so that the court, counsel, and litigants are aware of attorney Castor's non-involvement as attorney Castor would rather not do anything official to draw attention to this issue. In addition, the complaint includes numerous allegations in the first person about attorney Lesniak's interactions with the parties to this action. This pleading style is not only highly unusual in a civil action, but is also of some concern as counsel appears to be a fact witness in this case. Mr. Lesniak himself at oral argument noted that he had gone on defendants' podcast and had witness statements and even interacted with defendants about their statements. Defendants objected to such belated and improper supplementation of the record. We're going to go back up here, but before we read further, I'm going to throw a little ringer in here really quick. Give me a second, just because I have it pulled up. And I love to be this person. Oh, not this again. Oh. Gives me a break to stop reading too for a minute.
No, and think. But I did not have any control over who and what Nick and his team decided to go against. Even if I wasn't a part of this at all, they were still going to file these I don't want to say charges, what would you call it? These complaints against Granny and Barbecue.
This injunction, a federal injunction. And this injunction it's a federal injunction, and you've got Lesniak on there. You have attorney Bruce Castor, who is the former I can't even think right now, Secretary of State of Pennsylvania. He was also a Trump I'm looking at his Wikipedia right now. He's an American lawyer and retired Republican politician from Montgomery County, Pennsylvania. He was appointed as a Solicitor General in Pennsylvania in 2016. Also, the first Deputy Attorney General in the following July. Castor became an acting Attorney General less than a month later. He led the defense of the second impeachment trial of Donald Trump, along with American lawyer David Strogan. I think that's how you pronounce it. I mean, they are taking this case. And I think that speaks a lot in itself.
Yep.
That speaks a lot in itself. I mean, this is an attorney who led for Donald Trump. Presidente of the United States. Okay. And
Justin.
I mean, I don't know how to make it any more clear. You
Right.
know what I mean? And I mean, these people, they, it's best to just like
It's best to just what? It's best to just what there, Spanky? Tell us a little more.
everybody needs to chill out. That's the thing.
Please.
Just chill out. Everyone, put your egos aside and just chill out.
There I go again. Sorry. I wanted. Okay, Scott Bulldog Mama
Not your
said,
spring clip.
yeah, says you had to be a part of something to be listed as a plaintiff. These are in these court proceedings. What do you mean? Like, are you saying that I had to be like a partner
Go
or
ahead.
something to be a part of this? No. So how do I even say this?
I
I'm
don't
gonna
think
be
you need to
honest.
do anything.
No, but I'm absolutely not a part of anything other than one of the people that they were filing the injunction against just so happened to be a person that I have had a
Granny.
ton of issues with.
Self-created issues.
And
who are you going to blame for these issues? Who are you going to call? Ghostbusters.
Was asked if I would want to be a part of this because, I mean, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to see what all was going on. It's been awful. It has been awful. I mean, for the last, and these are reasons, I'm going to list reasons why I decided to do this.
Listen up if you just came in late. This is just a repeat of her reasons why she joined this filing. We'll get back to the filing in a minute. I'm going to include some fun little reminder segments now just to make it a little bit more fun.
Yeah, and I said, let me think about it. I don't know if that's something I want to do. Now I have thought and tried to look into ways to handle this on my own, even prior to all of this. Okay.
Yeah, I don't think you
Because
need
it
to
has been
defend yourself.
horrible.
You don't need
Yeah.
to defend yourself. I'm just going to say.
No,
So
and I'm not going to because it's like I told you today, Justin. If any of the people,
how are you going to defend yourself to this now? Oh, and Spanky, don't worry. I got a clip from you coming right up too.
I don't care if it's people that dislike me or people that support me. If anyone has endured the things that I have on this platform, especially when it comes to your children and your family, they would have done things a long time ago to try to make it stop. Years.
But it's free. And because I see so many of you that just came in, let me take you back a moment in time, even further back. Once upon a time, there was this thing that BJ did. She reached out to a creator by the name of CJ Crime Concept back in April of 2024.
See,
pay close attention. This is BJ and CJ engaged in a conversation. You'll want to pay heavy attention to what BJ is asking CJ to join her to do.
Look at this. People are so nasty on this platform. No, we're good. I had a group of mean girls who go to all creators and many subs trying to turn them against me. I know this game. She's already warning me that I get attacked like crazy. Setting up the heartstring. Oh gosh.
Yeah, and then you feel bad.
Look at this. And then she's like, I think we need to come together. This is right in the very beginning, dude.
Legally. Oh my goodness gracious.
This is right in the very beginning.
Not little Miss Innocent over there allegedly without brain cells asking creators a year ago in April of 2024 to get together and go after a group of us, naming Granny and I in these text messages. I'm referred to as Lady LaDude. How did that work out?
She's saying, threaten to cease. I think we need to come together and go after them legally. Hang on. And I'm just like,
gotcha, Granny.
Right? Look at this right here. Thanks for coming on last night. Epic stream. And look, it's still the same. Just earlier in the day. Then, hey, later that afternoon, hey, we pissed Lady LaDude off big time. She wanted me. She wanted me to stand up for her. She wanted me to do this shit, bro. Look at this.
She wanted you to get together with her and go after her. Isn't that ironic?
This has been going on. And so I was asked if I wanted to be a part of it, and I said, let me think about it. Let me figure it out. I need to pray on it and just try to you know.
Yes, unfortunately, once CJ lost his security chat and also his serpentine belt, the serpentine belt bandit is still on the loose. But CJ also lost his motivation to be friends with BJ. They no longer are friends anymore. And he did a whole exposure on BJ too. He became useless for her. So just like her typical fashion, she got rid of him. But he himself redoxed Granny off of Nick's stuff because he was trying to become part of the green team too. So yeah, unfortunately, not only did CJ lose his serpentine belt in the Tennessee woods, but he also lost his best buddy, BJ, too. There's that.
Really,
Granny, I sent you a link to your text.
Really, and Justin can tell you, I didn't just jump at this. I thought things
We
through.
really did.
Wow. And then let me tell you what happened. What ultimately made me decide to go along and do this was,
if you haven't heard this, pay attention, because this is her reason for why she became one of 10 plaintiffs on this filing. And I want you to keep in the back of your mind that they have shown the inside layout of the Proudfoot home repeatedly, the inside, the outside, and everything else. And I have also shown what Granny actually showed, the ditch, the grass out front of her house. But here we go.
my property. Okay, that was my last straw. Things, it's one thing to argue and fight with somebody online. Fine. People can talk. Trash talk is just that, right? And as a creator, I very well know that that's something that we have to be willing to expect and accept, right?
To an extent, yes.
Yes. But it's a whole nother story when trash talk progresses from that to the calls, whether it's dog whistles for CPS, which has happened multiple times. I have, just from this person, and I have proof. I want to be clear about this. There is proof for every single thing that I state and every single thing that is stated in this filing. There is physical proof from her words. Okay.
But I want to remind you right quick of what the court documents state. The court documents actually state that no proof, no exhibit, no evidence was ever provided to the court of any of these claims. Oh, the fucking irony. I love how this aged.
We have it all. I have been called an animal abuser. I have been accused of streaming.
Oh, shit. Hold on. A tree must have fell on it. That's why it didn't get in the court record. A tree must have fallen on it. The mouse must have fell. The power went out. The roaches ate it and taken it away. It got stuck to the fly trap. Sorry. The proof in the exhibit didn't make it to the court. They had all these other mishaps.
While I was streaming, she said that I was, quote, so wrapped up or so obsessed with YouTube that I stepped on one of my cats and killed them. Well, there went my monetization. I meant to say unalived. Unalived them. And continued to stream, even though my animal was unalived. She has used a video of me shooing a cat with my foot, never making impact with it, and accused me of kicking my animal. I have been called homophobic, transphobic, racist. She has.
Well, hello.
Hello. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can.
Okay. Spring break, so I'm not on the computer. I'm on an iPad and it's different.
You're good.
For the record, I never said Brittany killed the kitten. It was actually her partner, Craig, that stepped on the kitten and killed it. I never said Brittany did.
Well, even at that, it was never even included in the shit.
Ironically, it wasn't, was it? Matter of fact, was there any legitimate claims other than you'll never catch me driving without my kids buckled and standing up?
Oh, hold on, Granny. Just save that minute for. I'll respond in 1 second. Here you go. Let me play this.
She has spread that rumor to quite a few people that I'm racist. I have been accused of not feeding my children, locking my autistic son in a room.
I never said that.
I don't know if she was saying in a room or out of a room. Either way it goes. Locking my child away so that I can stream. And then all of that's bad, right? But even with that, I tried to rise above. And
you can respond to that if you want. It'll take 1 more second because there's another one that you're going to be like, what the fuck?
Well, I never said that she starves her kids, right? Because I'm fully aware that she feeds them up on McDonald's. I never said she starves them. Let's make that clear. But I did say that when I was live 3-4 years ago, Brittany was on a panel arguing with me, and I played this. People have heard me play it. And you could hear her kids in the background, and she clearly says for them to leave the room. And next thing you know, you hear one of them screaming, crying, hysterical, saying, "You promised you wouldn't lock it. You promised you wouldn't lock it." Brittany then tries saying that the kids were outside playing and the one child locked the other one out. The problem was it was around my birthday, so it was beginning of December, and it was well after midnight. That's not what happened, and we all heard it. And I still have the stream. So yes, and I said at that time, listen, I don't give a shit for any of that. I'm not going to sit here and argue with you when there's a child having a panic attack in the background. So she can lie about it, but I have proof of it. So no, I'm not saying she locks her kids out all the time. Matter of fact, I think she has them hearing too much. But at that particular date on that stream, somebody definitely locked the door, and the child had a full meltdown. It was sad.
But those things never even made it into the exhibits because the exhibits never even made it into the court. The declarations never even made it to the court. They didn't provide anything.
Right. And to make it clear, the exhibits they do have still do not.
Nothing.
90% of them didn't pertain to me, and none of them back up the dangerous accusations that Brittany has put on me.
Nothing.
None of them.
Not a single one. And we've reviewed it extensively, matched things up, gone back and forth. You want me to, can I play this so you can respond to this one part though? Because I know you're going to love this one part. Because
Okay. Let me contain myself.
This part made it into the complaint, and it's just so funny because she lies about it here, then she admits it in another stream, and let me just play it.
I'm going to be honest with you. My turning point when I said things have got to stop and I have got to do something about this was the day that she went live and she showed my property on her live stream. Okay. Not only did she show my property, but she showed the street name on the Google. She used Google Earth to show my property.
Meanwhile, the day before, she is not including in this, before Granny even defended herself and said, "I will not dox you," and showed the Google Earth image, which people can have their feelings. It doesn't matter. We've re-showed exactly what Granny showed, exactly what was there. But the day before, BJ reviewed CJ's Crime Concepts live stream that included Granny's full docs that Nick the Hat had posted on Twitter. So Nick posted Granny and her father's docs on Twitter. CJ reviewed it. BJ then presented that and reviewed that redoxing Granny to her entire live chat. Anything you want to include there?
No, just that I made myself very clear. Luckily for you, I'm not a doxer like you, so I will not dox you during this stream, but I will set the record straight on how much you care about quote unquote victims.
Sure did. And we played that. We showed all that.
Mm-hmm. She thought she was slick.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Well, you're I got a couple of them pulled up for you.
Shared
I had the time today, so I decided to just kind of throw in alongside these the court's ruling some of the finer moments of things that they all bragged about.
Well, and just for I don't condone going real life. I don't condone docs, and I don't condone using government names, any of that. But you don't get to invade my actual real life, cause harm in my actual real life, affect me off and outside of YouTube, and then think that you still have me by these invisible, YouTube guidelines, right? YouTube etiquette, if you will. The fact of the matter is, even if I were to right now go live and pull up on Google Maps Brittany J's address, it is not a dox, not by the legal sense. So just saying, I wouldn't.
Well, not only that, but there was at one point in time, and again, this is clipped. I can't tell you exactly where it's at, but it's in one of our streams that BJ was claiming when her name was said, somebody repeated and said Brittany. She said that was intimidation tactics. Meanwhile, her full name, Brittany Jackson, scrolls across the bottom of her screen every night with her PayPal. So just no.
Obituary of a young man,
Wendy, I'll get to that too. I'll pull up their most recent rambling,
who passed away on my property, which anybody who would want to find my house at that point, she basically laid it out for you. And that was I said,
can I just take the moment though while you're here, because there was so much going on earlier. I'm so fucking proud of you. I'm so fucking proud of you. I'm going to say that until I'm blue in the face and you're going to get sick of that. But I am so fucking proud of you, Granny. That's it. That's all.
You know what? This is only going to get worse.
And what I thought was interesting is, you say it's that, but then, you're working your butt off the last couple weeks, and then you're tired, right? You're tired. And then all of that happened, and it's just like, wow.
Yeah. And
Then you get blamed for something, what, falling asleep or something like that, saying you were on something. But
yeah. Well, for anybody that's telling me not to speak, I've already gotten permission to say all of this, you guys. I wouldn't just come talk about all this if I didn't have.
I know, but I would still.
At this time, the funny thing is that her attorney actually wasn't returning her phone calls, and she hadn't spoken to her attorney. So I don't know who was giving her permission or what she could speak about or say. But she actually wasn't able to be in contact with her attorney because the attorney wasn't returning her calls, as has been provided by her own statement.
And the name on the screen right there is the one that provided us that information.
Sure did. Ooh, the things that aged so well.
I mean, just imagine that the idea of thinking that you're going to take somebody to court to tell them to no longer speak on you, yet you're going to speak on that person almost nightly. What kind of fantasy world?
I love when you're up here because I pulled out a bunch of shit that I just was like fucking around with before when I asked you. I was like, do you care if I read this? And you're like, no, go ahead. And I'm like, okay. So I went and just pulled a few of the funner things that I could remember off the top of my head. And I have another one that you're gonna crack up about.
Can I also point out that Brittany copies me? Like when she did this stream and she did this title, Dehumanized and Desensitized, I'm the one that was on rant saying that we are more than a bopping head on your screen. We're not talking circles, that YouTube has dehumanized people and people have become desensitized to things. She literally copies me all the time.
No.
Yeah, I know. It's shocking, right?
Never.
Her and her cohorts, right, BJ? How about now her new word? Her new word. Deviance. They're deviants. Oh, where'd you come up with that word, BJ? You fucking asshole. Oh my God.
Yeah. And I mean, there's not really even a whole lot to say about it other than, what I'm saying now. I just want to tell you guys, hey, these are, and there's way more than this. This is just the basic, this is just a little bit that I can share with you guys. There's more. There's things that I completely forgot. And so
where'd they go? They didn't make it into anything. Where'd they go?
My whole point is, I asked her to take it down and she didn't. She refused.
Oh.
And then like Justin just said, the very real allegations that I am on some type of substance, which this right here, me doing this filing and stuff is going to prove that was defamation as well. So,
oh, the entire filing was defamation and bullshit made up by a bunch of lunatics. I love it.
Oh, they can appeal all they want. I'm seeing what you guys are saying right here. Statement on preliminary injunction ruling and continued commitment to the search for Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. We can read through this right quick.
Right, direct appeal. We knew you would appeal. It doesn't matter. It's going to go to the Superior Court and they're going to come down harder on you.
Yeah, it is. I mean, they can waste all the time. Again, this is what we expected. One World and At Night acknowledged the court's decision this week regarding a preliminary injunction request tied to an ongoing legal matters involving individuals alleged to have interfered with the search for Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers, who has now been missing for over a year. We will be filing a direct appeal in response and remain confident in the strength and integrity of our position.
Blah, 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 blah.
Blah, 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 blah.
Let's just skip ahead a little bit. They're saying down there that criminal charges are being pursued. Can I point out again that the judge even made a point to say that she's checked with the sheriffs and with the officers and there are no criminal charges whatsoever? Stop the LARPing already. Admit that you're embarrassed. Admit that you're weasels and you thought you were going to pull some little facade over all of us and we broke through it. Enough already. If my words fucking hurt you, don't fucking listen.
They also threatened those of us that are trying to make sure that the targeted harassment campaign being ran through by using Blip, which Blip knows nothing about it, that they pretend or they are pending legal action against those of us that are trying to warn Blip of their misuse of their services. So whatever.
Well, did we see the part where Nick says this includes continued intelligence collection? Can you guys start collecting the intelligence? Because it's been like 8 months now of them claiming to be like a private intelligence group, but yet you're putting out 10K for information on us and shit. Enough already. I'm taking all of this, going to the motherfucking DA's office, and we're deaded in the water. This game is over. This is no longer going to happen on the back of a missing child and at the expense of parents. No, we're done.
Sorry, guys. That wind. Did you guys hear that wind background? I was playing that. I was playing that stupid. I don't know how I did that at the same time. Sorry about that. If you heard that, that was me. This is ridiculous. And anyways, remember again, Granny still has litigation. She's still there. You can see right here. They're not going to take their ball and run home. They think they're going to continue to. But I got you there too. Hold on. Let's go back to. Let me go back to this really quick. Let me finish playing this for a couple seconds, and then we'll go back to the filing, and then I'm going to throw in something else from Nick himself.
And it's not fair to put that on my head. So, I mean, that's pretty much it. And
oh, good, Crispy. Thank you.
Like I said, I stand on it. I do not. There's nothing in me that I'm not doing this from a callous point. I'm not enjoying this. I'm not over here celebrating. It is not within me to want to bring pain or heartache to another person. I don't want to do that.
So she knew that this was causing pain and heartache. Okay. So she knew, but okay.
I simply just want to be free to stream on my channel and not have to worry about, what someone's going to do tomorrow.
Oh, the irony. Has Brittany's real life ever been impacted?
I don't think that's a lot to ask.
No.
You know what? I should have played I Want to Be Free.
Let's read through this a few more pages, and then let's go to where, if Granny doesn't mind and she just wants to hang out with me and she can add in whatever she wants. She knows how this works. But let's read a little bit further into this. And then I think, Granny, do you remember a November 7th live stream that's directly quoted in this?
Oh yeah, that was by Nick has a fresh suit. Nick has a fresh suit. Yeah, I remember that one. Is where he speaks directly to me and tells me to contact Lasniak to help me get an attorney. That one?
This one right here? Yeah.
Oh, this one. Yeah. He tells me I'll have a really big channel.
Should we listen to a few of this right quick before we read that? Let's do that. Let's Nick
do that. Let's look at this private intelligence group member walk around a park holding an iPhone and a Red Bull. Let's do it.
November 7th, just a couple weeks after this October 18th filing dropped. Just a little bit of a reminder. And thank you guys. Sorry, I wasn't even paying attention over here. Southern-ish. So proud of Granny. She is paving a way, and I love her for her strength. Agreed. Thank you for the support. Never say never. Thank you for the support. Snazzy Trinkets. Thank you, Nonsense, for standing with Granny and helping her throughout this BS lawsuit. You guys, I didn't help Granny at all, besides just stood on the truth. And that was on Granny's side. I really didn't do anything besides what anybody should have done.
That's not true.
Well, I know, but
you did more than most. You didn't just use it as content. You checked in on me. You constantly wrote me encouragement. You constantly just asked how I was doing. You never once did something without asking me if I'd be okay with it. You brought out the truth. You have the memory of an elephant to bring out these dates and these responses. And I mean, you did far more than you're giving yourself credit for. Honestly, far more.
I know, but you should have never been in this situation to begin with. And I felt, I
know, but I didn't go through it alone.
For the attacks that you were getting from BJ, because when I first started reviewing her, she blamed you for every fucking thing I did, said, anything. I had no idea who she was and never learned about her through you. Right. When I first started reviewing her, I didn't even know. And I kept trying to separate it out over, like, stop lumping me into that shit. I had no idea. And I brought more stress to you, though, because every time I would review her, she would blame you for it. And I felt terrible about it. And you had nothing to do with it. But like I said at the beginning of this, the one thing out of this that I am grateful for is I got to know you. I got to know the other person that they have claimed you are nothing like what people on here have told me you are, who you are, is such a stark contrast to what I've learned of who you are. I've enjoyed getting to know you. And I laugh every time they're like, just wait till you turn on her. Just wait. No, I'm going to be standing right here, right beside Jess, because Jess is wonderful. She is amazing to talk to. She's funny as shit when you get her going. Don't get her and Kyle going at the same time though, because that's a mess. But I genuinely like what they made you out to be. And I know that it's been frustrating in years of this.
Yeah.
But the truth is on your side. And I am so incredibly proud of you because you could have, like, that first weekend when this came down, I remembered the sound of your voice of what the fuck is happening. And you were so upset because they were using a missing child and you didn't have any choice in that. Like, there was nothing you could do. You wanted away from this. You wanted away from all of that situation. You wanted nothing to do with it. And you were heartbroken. Those emotions that people didn't really see, all of that. And then you got blamed for, oh, you wanted this to carry on. You could have just shut up. No, that wasn't even remotely. And Jess wanted away from this as fast as she could. So again, I'll be here standing here. Oh, did you even, I wore a shirt for you today just to piss people off too. Snazzy, thank you for the support though. Let me show Granny my, hold on. I took Granny off. I support women's rights and wrongs. Oh, Granny just dropped. All the rights and the wrongs. So fuck out of here. If she wants to join back, she can. Ronnie G, thank you so much for, yeah, she's been through it. Thank you for the support. In the Pines, thank you for the support. There's Granny.
Sorry, the
No,
iPhone off or whatever, the iPad.
You're good. The support you provided, Granny, was insane. It's a blessing and a curse at sometimes. Electro, thank you. Apple Bottom Jeans, thank you for being a member for 5 months. Thank you for the continued support. Okay, back to this. Sorry. But seriously, like, that's, I know it's weird on YouTube how people like go back and forth and stuff. I have learned a lot about how you've navigated and the strength that you've shown. And I think that's something that I'm grateful for. Like, I'm grateful that they made me wake up and realize, oh shit, there's a whole group of people that I really enjoy out here. It's been fun. And your group of people are amazing.
Here's what I tell people. You know the way Chris like snapped the other day?
Yeah.
I strongly disagreed with it. I was jaw dropped. I had others telling me, you know, he's under a lot of pressure. I'm like, I know, but it was wrong. It wasn't right. If Seth said it, you know, whatever. Yep. But I had said in my stream the day that happened, I made the statement that when you are around these people that go low, that will go after your kids and threaten them, that will go after your real life, that will spend hours talking about your body parts and, you know, trying to hit you as low as they can go. They'll pass around your docs, your family's doxes, you know, whatever. You end up responding like those people. You get as vile as what you're listening to. When I started YouTube, I didn't start on the right foot. And I didn't start in the right area. And I certainly was. I'll give you all one reference. Go listen to BJ's Friends. Go listen to Big Oak Red over there, and go listen to Loon. Go listen to how nasty and how low these people go, and then deal with that day in and day out. So yeah, I responded unsavory at times. I got myself to a place I didn't even like myself or recognize myself. I also recognized that I needed a break, and I took a summer off to regather myself, get back to who I am, put my recovery and my step work in the forefront, and remember who I was, to not get lost in this sewer pit of a place. So the things and I mean, the things I said back then, I said mean words. I called people fat. I called them ugly. I said things like that, but I still never doxed anybody. I never threatened anybody's children. I never took anything offline. I still kept it. Like, I don't know why people demonize me to the extent they do, is what I'm saying. Like,
I don't either, honestly, after getting to know you. Like, I had heard all the things and been, you know, they had said, I can't believe this, that, and I didn't even know anything about it. And I was like, I'm just getting to know Granny and I was like, you know what? Let's say that all of that shit did happen, you know, 3 years ago. You have shown so much strength and growth over the last year and composure. I've told you I would be in fucking jail.
Yeah.
I'd have been in jail. Like,
and every time people said to me, where are you at? I said, I'm practicing my personal growth. That's what I'm doing. I've learned when to shut the fuck up. I've learned when to listen to this shit I need to. One of these bitches were just spreading a rumor about my daughter the other day. Did any of you hear me go live and snap out about it? No. 3 years ago? Oh, I would have. You know, you just learn to pick your battles. And I've learned, and I appreciate people like you that have given me that second chance. And Don't hold me accountable for things from 4 years ago now, not 3, 4.
I didn't even need to give you a second chance because I just got to know you. That was it.
Right.
It was just getting to know you. Like for me, I didn't have any knowledge or really previous anything. I mean, the first, I'll never forget that. That first time I learned about that, like that little sector was
nasty.
Was going at it.
It's a nasty place.
It was like, what the fuck is this? But just in what I've seen from you, and they've tried repeatedly to poke at you, get you to respond. Every time one of us other creators calls her on something or does something, she would come back at you and find a way of dragging you. Meanwhile, you're in litigation with her.
Right.
It never made sense. And you held your composure. You continue to hold your head high and continue to just navigate as best as you could. And I know sometimes it was really hard, but you're going to continue to do good.
Thank you.
It will. What goes around comes around, and it's time. It's fucking time for this shit to be like, we cannot, I will say it again. I said this in the beginning. We are not going to start normalizing this type of shit. Our justice system being used for this type of shit on creators like Granny, and we're sure as hell not going to start normalizing that a missing child is used, and a missing child's father, whether we like him or not. In my opinion, I still believe that At Night is absolutely, and these other plaintiffs are using Seth and the fact that he has a missing child for their own personal vendettas.
But I also believe birds of a feather flock together, right? Like at any point, Seth could have gotten out of this.
100%. Yep, all of it's true at the same time. Wendy, thank you for being a member for 6 months.
And as for them with this whole appeal idea, we're fully ready and prepared. My attorney and I already spoke. We knew they would likely to appeal. The good thing with an appeal is now you're in a superior court and they don't play little courthouse games. It will be expedited. We will be requesting a bond be placed on it of monetary value. So if the courts see that you are once again wasting our time, that we are immediately awarded for our time. And we look forward to not only making local civil courthouse case law, but superior case law. Bring it on, motherfuckers. Bring it on. We are ready to battle with a whole marching band behind us. Bring it on.
Toot toot. Bree, thank you so much for the support. She says, congratulations, girl. Banana Bicycle, thank you for becoming a member.
Thank you.
Let's listen to the one that still kind of makes my ass itch. Here we go. And I'm not saying Nick makes my ass itch. He doesn't make my ass do anything, especially not clap. But I'm meaning with his comparison of a missing child to an insurrection.
Longer. There are no developments that we can report per se on YouTube or social media. Does Sebastian? He is. I'm not saying that he doesn't know that because I'm sure he's catching.
Sorry, another tree fell. Scorpion bit through it, dropped my mouse. I don't have a clue how that skipped forward like that. But I think my computer's infected at this point in time. My computer might have the clap.
It was a ghost.
On YouTube.
The ghost of RICO passed.
Yeah.
It's been a busy month, maybe a little bit longer. There are no developments that we can report per se on YouTube or social media. Long story short, Dog is constantly on the case right now. He's traveling. He's being briefed in real time about findings that we have in Oregon and New York. So the case is very fluid, and the goal is really to just bring Sebastian home, and the family can figure out who has custody to what when he gets there, right, guys? So that's where we stand right now. There is going to be a development.
I'm speeding him up because this guy's a clown. I'll turn closed captioning on.
What's a shame? What's a shame nonsense is how he looks here is nothing what he looked like at the courthouse. His face was sunken. His eyes were sunken. His skin color was like pale. It was so horrible looking. Like I really thought, I'm like, oh my God, he might be sick with like a deadly disease. I thought I'm not going to lie. I thought leukemia or something. Honest to God, he looked horrible.
These people, it's hard for me to have empathy for a lot of them. But if you look at a lot of them from when they first started covering this, and I'm talking about the plaintiffs specifically, they all have, like, you can see, but again, how do you hide something you know, you're willingly lying, like that emotional stress of sooner or later, people are going to realize we can't play this game forever. That I can't imagine that type of stress at
Didn't
all.
we see those kind of messages coming from Brittany's ex-mod, Potato,
Sure
over
did.
there? We sure did. Yeah, not only that, but you people that use the Lord's name in vain, God sees you and you will answer for all of this. You will. I mean, this was
I might
evil.
go to
This
hell.
was evil.
Yeah, it was.
In the
Or
skunk lawsuit,
Bucktooth Beaver, they're saying.
Using a missing child in that situation. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he really is just the biggest scumbag.
Today or tomorrow. We were expecting it yesterday. It's up to the courts as to the timing, but keep refreshing that docket, and you guys are going to see an update on the docket. Definitely keep watching that. That's going to be a key part of solving the case, right? You have to get rid of the bullies. You have to get rid of the people that are intimidating people to solve the case. Otherwise,
So that their filing, they said, was going to be a key part in solving Sebastian's case.
we're going to be 1 year in, not us personally. We got involved in September, but Sebastian's case is 1 year in almost. And look, we're still at square one. They haven't gotten to square two yet, or even around all four corners of square one. So the nonsense ended. A lot of the individuals early on, ones that we thought had bad intent, which they did at the beginning, they've since changed their tune, they've turned it down, and now they're just being normal, which means look for Sebastian, look for the leads, push his poster out there, get his face out there. I don't care if you share just a profile picture, the FBI poster, just share the poster, because when it made its way to another state, stuff started happening very quickly. That state had no idea who Sebastian was. Philadelphia doesn't know who Sebastian is for the most part. You can't expect, probably 9 out of 10 people in the street, if you show them a picture, they're going to say, we don't know who that is. So he could be walking around with an abductor and they don't know that, right? And neither does Sebastian. I'm not saying that he doesn't know that, because I'm sure he's catching on right now. Something's not right. Where's my mom? Where's my dad? Where are my parents, right? So if they are on the move with an abductor, it's important that his face is seen nationwide.
It's important that when his face is seen nationwide, like the Blipboard campaign that you guys have been touting that you're doing on X, that there's verifiable factual information on it, not a wanted almost type poster using a missing child's image for a targeted harassment campaign. Factual information that this child is missing. If you see him, call 1-800 TBI find Sumner County, somewhere, not Dog the Bounty Hunter, but things that have never made sense.
The goal. By January 1st, Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers, his face and name will be known nationwide in all states across the United States. That's a fact. We are working hard for that, and it's just to spread his name, face recognition. People need to know who they're looking for and that somebody's missing. There's no indication that leads anybody to believe that Sebastian has been harmed yet. There's nothing. So again, Dog, the bounty hunter, is operating under the assumption that Sebastian is alive. And with that said, continue calling Dog with leads. Call the TBI, call the FBI, call anybody that will listen, report the lead, and they can clear it, right? Or they can pursue it. It's important to do that. As for the skunks, we gave you guys a lot of chances. And the ones that are still...
Granny, did you see that I put a skunk with a boxing glove for you on the thumbnail today? That's Granny knocking out everybody. She's busy.
Running around. You know who you are. I've never seen something like that. And I am very interested to see what the court's reaction is going to be, because love me if you want, hate me if you want, call me a fraud if you want, call me fake news if you want, call me a felon if you want, call me a parolee if you want. The law is the law. So when you go into court, you can't tell the judge, Your Honor, he's on parole, so I can get... Please give me a break. That's not going to work. If you think that's going to work, re-strategize. And there are more people that are being added. That is, I guess, the big news. Not really big news.
And that never came true either. Factually, it was 2 defendants all along, Granny and Barbecue. That was it. That was all. Southernish, thank you so much for the 10 gifted memberships. And Casual Art, thank you for the gifted memberships. Welcome to the cabana, you guys.
Just a few more. And guess what? There's going to be 50 people by the end of this. So more are being added as of yesterday. More defendants have been added to the case. Not many, but we are aiming for 50. And that's the number that...
And that was a lie?
We have likely 49, or I think it was 49, the actual number. But that's a lot of people that are going to have a lot of explaining to do. It's not a joke. It's not a joke at all. It's with the courts. They can't just say, oh, we're throwing this in the trash. No, everybody's going to get heard. All 10 plaintiffs, in addition to the next batch of 10 that are being added, will be heard. So again, it's a class action injunction. It's not a lawsuit. It's an injunction. And it's a serious thing. And
Nonsense. I'll be right back.
You're good. It was never federal, which they all said over and over again, that it was a federal injunction. It was never and never has been a class action injunction. Not once.
I don't care if you don't take it serious. I am just giving advice, I guess, to the people that don't.
Again, for anybody that just wants dates, October 18th was when the injunction was filed and became publicly available because BJ's mod, Kristen, joined Molly's Patreon, gave it to Molly Golightly for her to drop before Granny and Barbecue even knew it was in existence. That's how it first got leaked. And then this was Nick's pleading, and you're going to hear him plead to Granny on November 7th.
Don't. You should, because one is going to let us focus on Sebastian. Not this distracted. They don't get distracted about this, but there's nothing to drag yourself into something that we all know you won't be able to afford to get out. Now, maybe there are YouTubers, not in this case, on YouTube that can afford litigation, probably two. And that includes people that have 150 million followers and subscribers. Not anybody that has under 1 million. Not anybody that has under 15. If you have under 25 million subscribers and you think you're going to win, stop. Again, the company that is coming for you has gone after Jeff Bezos, the owner of Amazon, same people that are behind this. And at the end of the day, they won. He lost. He's the world's richest man. So it's obvious that.
And once again, that's a good reminder of them posturing, talking about basically none of you are going to be able to afford this. So in my opinion, that kind of leads to what they were attempting to do.
It's not going to work. The only thing that will work is stop breaking. No matter what happens, you're never going to. Is telling the judge that her signature isn't worth the paper it's written on, and they don't take kindly to that. And it's not a good thing to say, especially for people that live in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Now, if you don't live here, and there are a number of you that don't, that are being added to the case, that doesn't mean that you're not going to be compelled to come to Pennsylvania. The way it works is we file here, add you to the case, then send an attorney from, let's say, Virginia to a court in Virginia where they'll have a hearing without you there. They will enforce that subpoena and that case against you, and then deputies in Virginia will serve you. And then it's enforceable. So if you don't show up, you get the Bullhorn Betty treatment. And you know what that's like. They will drag your butt from Virginia to Pennsylvania and keep you here for a couple of days because you should have known. Stop raising money if we haven't even named you, because that's just weird. You're either trying to distract, which, okay, cool, or you want to get involved. And we want.
Molly wasn't involved in this Southernish, like with, but she was a whole, before Queen was sued, she was actually offering JLR and Bullhorn Betty the opportunity to have residency in Pennsylvania. She was going to join alongside Bullhorn Betty. That whole group, Betty got to where Betty is because of people like Molly and JLR. Molly is just as bad, if not worse, than this whole crew. She is associated with all of these people. Every single one of them. Southernish, Molly predicted my future a couple of years ago and said that I would no longer be in existence. Meanwhile, she wasn't the initial one that doxed me, but she redoxed me to over 80,000 people. Then I got blamed for taking her channel down. And she sat right beside BHB when BHB called me on the phone and made a veiled threat. Oh, I've got a lot of fucking history with Molly. Old Moose Knuckle Magoo over there. But the worst thing about it is my history with Molly is nothing in comparison to what she's done to victims and their families. There are things that will never be overlooked, and that's one of them. The way Molly has been a part of so much of this shit, and people forget that stuff. Be very careful with what you believe of her intent or her actions. The reason Molly is, in my opinion, inserted herself once again is for the Molly show. That's what she's known to do.
We're open. If you want to be part of the case, because you're a.
Oh, and if you want to hear some interesting details of her Southernish, we did a stream. It's down probably about 1.5 years ago. It's called Never Have I Ever Molly Golightly Edition. When some of the people from the old communities that have been around forever came up on panel and talked about different things that they remembered her doing or had proof of her doing. And it is extensive. So that's a very big eye opener. Yeah. Oh, oh my. The harassment that she's still doing to Dre McRae currently, saying that she bought ashes off of, yeah, she's disgusting.
Problem? It's an open invite. Ask the two people that are being added. I'm sure if they know, cool. If they don't, they'll know tonight or tomorrow. They should know. Maybe they're keeping it quiet. But ask them what they would do different 2 weeks before today. You know what they would have done different? They would have stayed out of this because this is serious. There is a child that is missing, and a corporation that's going to stop at nothing to find him. They will take you to court in all the states that they have to. They will drag you on a tour from New York to Florida.
Just for you, 247, that's what she's been claiming. She's been claiming that Dre bought ashes. She bought ashes, unfortunately. As we all know, Marvon passed away. For those of you that don't know, a little history really quick, because I know people have been talking about what happened during the Quentin Simon case, because that was kind of the last major case that Molly was involved in, which it wasn't. That was the last missing child's case that she was involved in. When she went to Georgia, she actually used the whole Quentin Simon, Bullhorn, Betty, Spanky going down there as her like cover. But truly what was happening was that weekend was a Marine veteran by the name of Marvon McRae had attempted to take his life. He was still in a facility at the time. He was not doing well, but her and her buddy Spanky decided, after aligning themselves with Marvon's biological family members, they lived in Savannah, Georgia. It was his birthday weekend. They took the opportunity to go down to Savannah, Georgia, and not only at the same time of exploiting Quentin Simon, they also announced that Marvon McRae had passed away when he factually had not passed away. They blamed it on Dre McRae, saying that there was a post in her private members group that claimed that. Never happened. They didn't even tell the family that they were connected to first. They told social media first, and it's never true. Then they didn't have verification of it. And when they got pushback on it, they came up with a source by the name of SNBC 13 off a $2 super chat and claimed that it was verified, Spanky and her, that entire weekend. Even though Marvon didn't celebrate his birthday because of his religious beliefs and affiliations, they were going to go have a birthday party. The stories that I could tell you from just my knowledge of her with that are disgusting and unforgivable. And she still harasses that woman. Marvon is unfortunately no longer here, and she still goes after Dre over and over and over again. She actually showed false court documents, said that they were filed in court when they were raising money on behalf of the family. There was never anything filed. The mother herself, Marvon's biological mother, Letitia, came on, stated that there was never any need to file court documents because an agreement had been reached. Molly still continued to tell her audience that these court documents were filed and there was legal fees needed. Be very careful with what you see from people, because some people like to try to change up their personas. And it's just not all that. But anyways, back to this.
To Tennessee, to Pennsylvania, everywhere we have an office, you will be there. So don't jump in. We want to work with you guys. We want to work with creators. We want to work with YouTubers. And guess what? We are. Not just the creators that are on the Sebastian case, but we're talking to some very high profile creators that have nothing to do with true crime. Ones that operate YouTube. Ones that their numbers are YouTube. Without them, they wouldn't be YouTube. Those are the strategies we're working on. And you can be with the likes of those creators. You can be on the right side of this, and you can end up possibly coming out of this case as not a creator, but as an individual who was part of a movement that ended the hatred that has ruined the chances of finding out dozens of missing children. A lot of children would have been found if it wasn't for hate, if it wasn't for rhetoric, if it wasn't for BS. And it's not just Sebastian, it's Summer Wells. It's a lot of them, okay? If social media did what they did to Sebastian's case, to Molly Tibbetts, we wouldn't know what happened to Molly. If they did what happened with this case to Jamie Kloss, she'd still be under the bed at Patterson's house. She would still be there under the bed as a kidnapped victim whose parents were shot and killed in front of her. But no, we had morals, I guess, back then on YouTube. We had a community and we had a common goal, which is to make a difference, which is to compete with the mainstream media. Not that they're bad, but because they don't have the time to do what we do. They don't have time to dissect cases the way you guys do. They don't have time to give beautiful presentations like Grizzly's True Crime. They don't have time for that because it just doesn't work. This is where people turn to for that. Let's keep them coming for that. And I think we will. This skunk case is going to go down in history, and I guarantee you it's going to get appealed by the other side, and it might make its way to the Supreme Court of the United States and change.
Well, how did that turn around right there? It was going to make history. It did make history. It is actually the first anti-SLAPP hearing in Pennsylvania. But who's the ones appealing it? That'd be you guys, right?
Change is going to come. The legal team that we are assembling, aside from the one we have, they deal with appellate law, they deal with the Supreme Court of the United States, and they deal with cases that go before.
And a judge ruled that this was what's the words that they used? Hold on. Let me go back to this. What is the actual words that the judge said about Lesniak? Give me 1 second. Let me find that spot here. Sorry, I got to find that one little spot I'm looking for. That one little statement right here. Oh, right here. The complaint is signed by Joseph P. Lesniak, who is the attorney of record in this case and is also identified in the case caption. While the court notes that Mr. Lesniak practices primarily in criminal courts, he has, according to his website, some experience in non-criminal matters as well, and certainly understands or should understand the rules of pleading governing civil complaints. Although the caption of this case also identifies attorney Bruce L. Castor, Jr. Esquire, a prominent attorney with significant local, statewide, and national reputation, Mr. Castor did not sign the complaint and is not counsel of record, as evidenced by the lack of any entry of appearance filed by Mr. Castor for any of the plaintiffs in this case. Nevertheless, the complaint describes attorney Castor as being intimately involved in this action on behalf of plaintiffs. The complaint then sets forth in great detail what attorney Castor purportedly said, emphasizing his alleged words that if things worsen, I will recommend plaintiffs take legal action because the situation has become totally unreasonable. And then it goes on to state more. In addition, the complaint includes numerous allegations in the first person about attorney Lesniak's interactions with the parties to this action. I mean, you tell me, that legal team, right? That legal team he's talking about them building. What a significant, amazing legal team.
For the Supreme Court regularly. Every other year, these guys are there. We are hiring experts in the field of essentially the rights you get as being an American. As when you're born in America, you have, or if you are a U.S. citizen, you have rights. You have a constitution that protects those rights, and there are laws. They have.
Where are those experts at? Anybody? Breaking Chains, are you still in here? Did you find their experts yet? Body, did you guys find anybody? I know everybody's been looking for their experts to appear, or these people with intelligent life form. Anybody find anybody of intelligent life form yet surrounding this group?
To be followed.
I have yet to.
So that's the update, guys. There really is nothing to report per se, except that Sebastian is still missing. And again, the goal is to bring him home to the family, and they can figure out who has custody. It's not our decision. Let them do that. Our goal is to find him. And by getting the skunks to slow down, and I'll stop calling them skunks when they stop spraying the hate. I wouldn't, honestly, I'm the kind of person, and if Granny's watching, I'm the kind of person that would, at the end of the day, shake your hand and say thank you.
Did you hear him just say he would shake Granny's hand and say thank you
for stopping that and helping us find Sebastian? If that's your goal, call our lawyers. We'd love to speak with you. We offered that to Barbecue. You know what she said? Get effed. And now,
oh, not him offering Granny. Call our lawyers.
Look what she's doing. Don't go down with her because you want to set an example. It's not going to work, but it will work for you to have a great career on YouTube if you get away from those weirdos that are trying to drag you.
Rissy Marie, she had some terms of service violations for inappropriate behavior, hate speech, things of that nature, doing horrible, disgusting things. She had multiple terms of, or like, I think there was 2 terms, if I'm correct. I don't remember. She was doing a bunch of weird shit, but she got some terms of service violations and then went live on her backup channel. The rest of us got blamed for taking her channel down. There was actually a hit list, basically blaming a bunch of us creators for being responsible for taking her channel down. She was fully responsible for taking her own channel down. None of the rest of us were, and she's admitted that herself. It was terrible. Yeah, the hate speech was horrific. I still got videos of that, I think, but it's so bad. Like it was bad. It was really bad. But she basically, from my understanding, what ultimately happened is multiple stacked terms of service violations and then her violating once again. Oh, you guys haven't found any intelligent life form either? Southernish, I have videos on my channel detailing a shit ton of the lies. She is one of the ones that said I deep faked audio of her. They claim that I did this deep fake of her. She actually accused Dre of murmuring her husband repeatedly, numerous times. her own words, but somehow I got blamed for deep faking the audio. You can go see the original clips of that on Manny Behind the Mic, and I showed it, but I got accused of deep faking audio on Molly. I mean, the fucking extensive lies from that group of people is wild.
You in and probably make you a scapegoat. That's honestly the vibe I'm getting. I'm sorry. I guess I'm giving you advice that I shouldn't because it would be great on my end if they were to take you out themselves. But it's just, I don't want to give them that satisfaction. I know that they are that dirty. And if they're going to do that to you, we'll take you in before them. Even though we're the ones suing you, we are suing you only because we want you to stop breaking the law. Stop breaking the law. Stop. That's it. You can discuss the case. You can give opinions. You can't say stuff like, this individual is a murderous pedophile. You can't say that. You can't say that this individual had something to do with somebody that died on their yard. You can't say that. Now, the fact that the people that you never met are willing to help you speaks volumes, because it does. It speaks volumes. You're taking advice from the wrong people, the people that are going to make you a scapegoat, and I feel bad. I feel bad. That's why I'm telling you this. I know we have our differences, but we are from Delco. I don't think we ever met. But
he's talking to Granny right here. This was him pleading out to Granny.
I will tell you that these TikTokers are trying to make you the scapegoat. It's obvious, because when you went on that panel, if you notice and go through the comments, you'll see that they kind of hyped you up to get on the panel, and then they gave you the right line of questioning to go with their case, not yours. Remember, your friend has a lawyer that she's not going to share with you. She has a look, because God knows how we'll get to that when we get to that. She's not going to share that with you. But I guarantee you the lawyers are saying, hey, get Granny to go on there. We can try to throw stuff on her. Do you really think that barbecue lady is going to save you? Please give me a break. She wouldn't save herself. Anyway, stay safe, stay vigilant, stay out of the way. If you're just going to jump in, and if you want to get involved in a lawsuit, it's simple. Do a video, break the law, tag me, and DM me your...
Again, where's the laws that have been broken?
Address. If you want to make it easy, if you want to make this very easy for yourself and you want to be part of it like everybody else does, do a video of something that's against the law that we can sue you for. Send me your address, your name, where you want to be served. If you will accept service electronically, and guess what? You're in the party then. It's that simple. This isn't an invite only. It's open invite. If you want to invite your friends, invite your friends. We've got plenty of space. We have a lot of space. I think you can have as many people as you want. So tell your friends if they want to get involved. It's never too late. Even if on the day before this is over, they can still get involved, and it'll just prolong it by another 4 years.
Tell your friend to tell your friend to tell your friend. To remember that whole, like, how many different email addresses they set up, doxing at night, and they wanted everybody to send them all these things so they could be added to. Yeah, fuck out of here.
Fine, but we're not going anywhere until not just that first layer of hate is gone, but until the individuals that we are speaking with every day, the likes of YouTube compliance, he's the vice president of YouTube's compliance department, the division that goes over doxing. We're speaking with TikTok's compliance for their American. They have to follow a lot of U.S. law, given the fact that they are an overseas organization, and they're cooperating. You know why? They don't like against the law stuff. That's why they're in front.
Oh, is that the case? Where did these subpoenas go? They also claimed that they had subpoenaed all these troll accounts and everything, and were gathering all that information. Where did that ever end up? I wonder.
Front of Congress trying to defend.
Of course, I'm still trying to figure out if I'm getting anally probed by aliens. That sounds more fun than trying to find intelligent life form from this fucking group.
Themselves, because it's that behavior that gets people killed. And at that point, I think Mark Zuckerberg would rather have you banned, and as would YouTube, than have to go before Congress and explain why they didn't stop your words. And mark my words, this is going to be a congressional hearing at the rate it's going, because you guys are getting a lot of attention from people you didn't even know were watching. A lot of attention, including the incoming presidential administration. And I cannot wait for that. The assistance that they will offer will bring Sebastian home. This is not bringing politics into it. This is not, I promise you. It is just a matter of resources that we need. We need resources. That's all. No politics, no BS, nothing about building a wall, none of that. What we do need is the president's help. And it's great to know that the president's family is extremely head set on solving this case and bringing answers for not just Sebastian's family, but for every resident in Tennessee who has a right to know what the hell's going on. You guys have a lot of missing kids there, and there's a reason why. It's laziness, it's a lot of stuff. But it's time for the federal government to take charge of that, do a review of every single missing person's case, find anomalies, find similarities, see.
Isn't there some recent claims from him that he never talked about or mentioned the president, never mentioned Trump? Well, yeah, he did. They tried that numerous times.
See what happened and stop that pattern. It's far too late. We are speaking with senators in Tennessee, U.S. senators. We're speaking with congressmen and women. We are speaking with lawmakers. We are getting it done, but not just for this. Going forward, for the entire state and sake of Tennessee, for every child that might be abducted, they have a right to be found, and we want to protect that right. And we're not going to stop until we do. It's a simple right? It's not like this isn't a threat, guys. We're going to court. This is going to a courthouse. There's going to be a judge. I'm not the judge. We're going to argue our case. That's what that is. It's not a threat. It's a threat of a lawsuit. I guess they're going to twist that up, cut it up, put a punch and throw it in. But it's not. It's not. We just want to solve not just Sebastian's case, but solve the situation in Tennessee. Because if we don't get involved and if we don't do it, Well, I'm not going to say who will, because I'm sure somebody will come along. But what? Maybe 100 more kids go missing, 100 more kids die, and then then that's when it's no. The time for change is now. It's going to happen. It's going to happen. So if you
mean the time for games, because all you guys have done is played games.
See something, report it to authorities. Stay safe. And guys, just because I'm not live, I just wanted to show you guys that I am alive. I'm here, but I am not on social media as much at all. The team is monitoring social media heavily. Keep sending tips. Keep sending information. If you see something, say something. Let's end the teams, guys. I want to emphasize that. Stop the whole team, one or the other. Don't do any of them. Team Sebastian, leave all the parents out of it for now. All of them. We have to focus on Sebastian. If the world knows who the parents are, what the heck is that going to do for us when they see Sebastian walking down the street, right? They don't know who that is because
I wonder why that never maintains. Don't focus on the parents, focus on Sebastian.
Now they know about the family drama of these people. Meanwhile, they can be eating dinner next to a missing child, discussing that kid's parents, and they don't know who it is. They don't know him because all they know are the parents' names and the side piece. Give me a break, guys. We have to make sure that they know about Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. They know his face. They know his age. They know his height. Everything else is second.
I wonder if this was after he was cleared by those multiple mental health evaluations. One of the plaintiffs, BJ, claimed that Nick had been evaluated multiple times, mental health evaluations, and cleared numerous times. I wonder if that was before or after this.
Nobody gives a crap about the rest until he's found. That's when they'll care. So again, keep the drama away. And this goes for everybody. Please just stop it. And if you want to keep it going, it's just come on in and let's bring you into Pennsylvania and get it over with. Come on, just do it already. That way we can get you all in at once. But that's not to say that we know some of you think you're slick and you're going to wait a month or two and then try to jump in. It's not happening. We're pulling you guys in, even if we think you're good. Even if you haven't said much yet, you're getting pulled in if you said just one thing, just so we can make sure that you're not going to pop out again. That's been the problem that this Tennessee has had for the past year is every time.
This was, in my opinion, intimidation tactics that they thought were going to work.
And they think they solved the problem. Another 15 idiots pop out with the same thing. Not happening here. We have a list of everybody that did that last time, and they're being added to the case. And we have a list of people who might do it this time, and they're being added to the case. That's the beautiful thing about RICO. You don't need to know each other. You just have to have connections that ultimately link with one another. I am pretty sure.
Well, according to the court, that's not how that works.
Or that barbecue has a connection that 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 knows a clue that knows every, so that's how RICO works. It's not about, I don't know that person. Well, I know you don't. That's the beautiful thing about it. Do you think that like little John Doe knows Pablo Escobar? No, I don't know how that is. I'm sure he knows of him, doesn't know him, but still organized crime, same thing, same stuff, except this is your modern day RICO case, and it's going to make case law because
the first anti-SLAPP suit in Pennsylvania. It did make history.
This case is going to decide if RICO is applicable to gangs on the internet. And I will leave it up to the courts to decide that. But
have fun.
This is going to be a benchmark case because they will decide, is RICO applicable to YouTube creators? Is it? I don't know. We're asking the court. We'll find out.
What did the court say? Well, we got the ruling today. We'll finish reading it in a moment.
And obviously you will too. As soon as we have a hearing date, we'll let you know. There will be a hearing and there will be many hearings. It's not going to be just one. Again, stay safe, stay vigilant. And as far as Granny's watching, if you are watching, this was in no way meant to slam you, but you are being taken advantage of by the other side, being your co-defendant. They think that, honestly, if I were you, I would have an attorney before you speak with her and her attorney, because her attorney is telling her what to tell you, and it's helping their strategy. Not that I care about strategy, but it's a shame to see you get really thrown into the ringer by the same person that is protecting you. Please reach out to Joe Lesniak if you want, and he can, if you have an attorney, put him in touch with him. And if you don't, still, Joe is happy to help. You find an attorney for the first appearance, I'm sure, and also so you can have an attorney present when we discuss getting out of this thing for you, because there's a way out for some of the people that are in this. Others, there is no way out. The only way out is going to be by the judge's decision.
Oh, him trying to offer Granny a way out.
The judge is going to decide their ultimate fate. But some of you have a way out, and
the judge did decide the ultimate fate.
Granny, you are one of them. You are somebody that has a way out. Just if you have an attorney, please have him reach out to Lesniak. If you don't, still, you can shoot Lesniak an email. You can call him. He's allowed to. I believe he can speak to you as long as he gets you an attorney or helps you get an attorney. But we will make sure that happens if we have to. Again, please reach out. Stay safe, everybody. Stay vigilant. Stay out of the way. If you are a random person that's watching this, like those little creator guys, I don't even know where to start naming because there's so many. Just please don't. I can care less, but you should care, because you're going to be making YouTube videos for the next 10 years, and they're only going to cover your gas to get to court. That's about it. No matter what, we're not ending, we're not settling. We're going through litigation, we're going through depositions, and we're going to go to trial for some of these people. This is going to be a 4 to 5 year litigation. Let me put that back in. This won't end until the year 2030. There's going to be a new president, a whole new world by then. That's when this is going to be over. So next time you click go live, think about that. And if you want to be stuck on that live until 2030 with the rest of the people that are, and that's fine if you do. Think about that. It's going to be a very long time because by the time this thing gets to a jury, we're talking 6 years. Again, guys, stay safe, stay vigilant, and let's find Sebastian and bring him home.
Well, November 7th is the date of that one. The irony of how all this played out. Let's go back to reading. Moreover, although the complaint references well over 50 exhibits, absolutely no exhibits were attached to the pleading filed on October 18th, 2024. The court acknowledges that during oral argument on the anti-SLAPP motions, plaintiff's counsel informed the court that he had not been permitted to upload videos, podcasts, or the YouTube broadcast of the Office of Judicial Support docket. However, the court notes that nothing prevented plaintiffs from uploading to the docket the 46 documents that are referenced in the complaint, which are clearly paper exhibits. For example, all of the sworn declarations of plaintiffs. Again, those declarations of what we heard BJ read hers didn't even make it in to the docket. Similarly, nothing prevented the plaintiffs from filing the reference exhibits via press pay. They did not. The docket contains no such press pay. That it was only at oral argument on February 18th, 2025, 4 months after they had filed the complaint, that they proposed that the court should accept the omitted exhibits and audio transcripts of the YouTube videos, podcasts, and other broadcasts. Likewise, plaintiffs could have, but elected not to, submit transcripts for the hundreds of hours of these YouTube podcasts from which plaintiffs argued at oral argument. Their claims against defendants arise. Notably, and pertinent to the court's analysis of plaintiffs' purported civil claims against defendants, the filed complaint makes only general references to the YouTube podcast broadcast with no specific identification of the date or time of the purported statements that are the basis for the purported claims against the defendants. Moreover, the very few specific quotations that plaintiffs attribute to each defendant are set forth without specificity as to the date or the time of these statements that were made by either defendant. In examining the complaint itself, the court notes that, as an initial matter, the overwhelming alleged counts in the complaint purport to state claims for violation of state and federal criminal laws. As such, they are inappropriately pled in the civil action that on its face seeks injunctive and other equitable relief in the form of, in essence, silencing the defendants. Indeed, beyond plaintiff's description of their requested relief, evidence attached to the defendant's barbecue's anti-SLAPP motion reflects that the complaint was brought for the very purpose that Pennsylvania's anti-SLAPP statute was designed to combat, to cause defendants to spend money defending against a lawsuit regardless of merit. This footnote says defendants podcast and had witness statements and even interacted with defendants about their statements. Oh, we read that already. Okay. See reply in further support of barbecue motion, June 11th, 2024, text message from plaintiff Mattress to barbecue stating, LOL, I'm actually going to file a civil suit against you and make you pay to defend it. Don't even care if I win. Screw filing a cease and desist. Waste of time. Stand by. I was done with you, but oh well. Emphasis added. See also Granny motion exhibit B, plaintiff hat posting on a live chat replay. We're not asking for money, etc. If they end the nonsense Monday, this could be settled Tuesday. That was from Mr. and Mrs. E's chat. They repeated references to criminal conduct, criminal liability, and the alleged involvement of the former Attorney General of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, as stated both in the caption of the complaint and in various avertments in its body, suggests that it was the intent of at least some of the scriveners to scare the defendants into believing that there could be or might be criminal charges filed against them. The exhibits appended to the defendant's submissions, the communications from plaintiffs Mathis and Hatt, certainly support the conclusion that the plaintiffs intended to scare defendants from continuing to broadcast, podcast, or else be tied up in litigation solely for litigation's sake. Let me remind you right quick of this. Listen closely.
You can't do all of that and still say, oh, well, he might have. That's not following the case because there is nothing there that might have. Or even, there's just nothing there for it. it shuts down all of those things, right? That's what I've said. The best thing, in my opinion, Mr. The Foots could do is put out that, show him where you were. That would stop a lot. He showed the receipts. He did nothing wrong. Nothing wrong. So, we got a little bit more breaking news out here, guys. I need to make sure if it's still here. Bear with me.
Hold on, I got to make sure I'm in the right timestamp.
You can find. Okay, you can find that what I just showed you, the press release.
There you go.
At the X at Night Intelligence Agency. Just an FYI. So there's that. Don't mess with dog. Okay, that's a good question. So, Mimi, is there 50 complainants or 50 defendants? This is what they are saying. Hold on, let me remember what page I'm on. 6, there we go. Okay, so what they are saying about that is, hold on, I gotta find it. There's so many pages, it's crazy. John and Jane Doe's 1 through 50. That is people, they are not directly. Well, actually, all of it is, I think it's 700 pages. Okay, we got, Nick, we got breaking news, guys. Hold on 1 second. 1 second.
Roro, I won't torture you long.
Got breaking news.
Why is that the first time I've ever seen this? What is that? What is that face? What is this Facetune bullshit going on here? What is what just happened?
Nick just tweeted, exited. I don't know. Just like that, we're back in action. Today, we filed a complaint against several online creators who have capitalized on the disappearance of Sebastian Rogers and orchestrated fraudulent GoFundMe campaigns to fund their lifestyles fueled by hate.
What is
and there is actually a video here that I'm going to have to put a cover page up. Bear with me one moment while I play it, because I don't know who it's by.
This attorney, I was reading it. They try saying that we can't fundraise. They can't tell me I can't fundraise. They can't take away. They don't have the right to take away that right. The other thing that they say is they list off like 15 people that they're covering, that their umbrella company's protecting. And I'll tell you what, if you think having them file this on your behalf is going to stop me, you just amped me up, because it's not. It's not for you, BJ. It's not for you. It's not.
Oh,
there's not one. Like they listed when I talked about the accident outside of her house. So what? You spoke about that publicly first. Like there's nothing that they can do. And Molly, you might want to take these off of your paid subscription, please. This attorney. Yeah, I was reading it.
That's what Nick has on his thingamajigger. X. Oh, I mean, I don't understand why. I guess people get in their feelings and they want like the self-gratification of saying it right now. But that's the dumbest thing you can do, in my opinion.
You know what the dumbest thing that somebody could have done was believe all this shit and be a part of the team to push this to try and intimidate the defendants into submission, which he's going to go on to do further. Let's listen. Justin was smart enough, because he's got assets, to not become a plaintiff in the filing, protecting his own ass. But he sure amped up the other plaintiffs and has completely ran with a false campaign about what is going on with this situation.
Like, you could not have paid me to go up there after if I just got something like that.
He's not even undercover.
This is a federal injunction with the attorney of Dog the Bounty Hunter.
It's never been a federal injunction.
Joseph Lesniak and Bruce Castor,
Bruce Castor never represented them.
Former Attorney General of Pennsylvania, a attorney for Trump or former attorney of Trump, and they have an office at One World.
What's One World?
It's just best to just move on. Just move on.
I didn't know that people could have offices at websites.
Hey, Luminous, good to see you. I don't know who the creator was talking about. There is certain names in this chat that if you put in, it will not populate. You might think it populates, but it doesn't populate. So if you do want to say somebody, you have to be creative, and that's just for that purpose. Now,
yeah,
where were we?
supposedly they claim that their office is at the World Trade Center and that One World and yada yada. Yeah, we've heard all their claims. I think anybody can rent a PO box, can't you?
Exhibit 1, which outlines the information in this case to date, incorporated the reference with Aaron. I mean, this, once it's all said and done, this is over 1,000 pages, y'all. Once this is all said and done. Oh shit. Sorry. Why did I play that again? Over 1,000 pages. That is a lot.
And what's funny is all of these people were acting as if these exhibits were a part of the docket. There was never. And you see that in the court's ruling.
What does this mean? Nicole, I mean, if they would continue to speak on it, someone could absolutely end up in jail. Yes. Yep.
Wait, that's my favorite part right there. Wait, tell us again. Let's slow you down. Tell us again what's going to happen if we continue to speak on this.
If they would continue to speak on it, someone could absolutely end up in jail. Yes. Yes. I'm not an attorney, but to the best of my knowledge, yes. It's not a joke. Yeah. I mean, just the name, Joseph Lesniak and Bruce Castor. Okay. April. So there was a lawsuit that Molly Go Harder, formerly Molly Go Lightly, went live with all of a sudden, and she mentioned 2 creators.
His ex-bestie for the restie.
One is a YouTube creator. The other one, it is Luminous. It really is.
I'm waterboarding myself with this at the same time of you guys. Hold on. We'll go back.
The other one is, I believe, a TikTok creator. And this is a federal injunction.
It's not.
Federal, meaning they can.
It's never been federal.
Subpoena your text messages.
Oh.
From the best of my knowledge.
No.
Who you've allegedly perhaps spoken with.
Oh.
If you've gotten, paid by anyone.
No.
It's big.
It's big.
Discovery. Bingo.
It's a big bitch. Okay, let's go back to the filing. I just wanted to remember that. Don't forget, you can go to jail. All of you can go to jail. By the way, I still get Kraken as a cellmate. Wasn't it Kraken or was it tattoos? I don't remember. One of those two was going to help me figure out how to make fried chicken in the sink at the jail. We were all choosing bunkies one day. We were all excited because they told us we were going for 20 years. They were trying to give scare tactics. So we just went ahead with it, and we're choosing bunkies and cellies and who's going to cook and who can teach us how to make fried chicken in the sink of the jail. Like, I mean, we were planning vacations. Shit. I guess the judge kind of put a stamp to that, didn't they? Sink chicken. All right. Let's read on. So let's continue. The repeated references to criminal conduct, criminal liability, and the alleged involvement of the former Attorney General of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, as you just heard him state, suggest that it was the intent of at least some of the scriveners. Excuse me, Hank. Can you be quiet? Hank's mad at the cats. They're in his kennel. The repeated references to criminal conduct, criminal liability, and the alleged involvement of the former Attorney General of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania suggest that it was the intent, at least some of the scriveners, to scare the defendants into believing that there could be or might be criminal charges filed against them. The exhibits appended to defendants' submissions, the communications from plaintiff Mattress and Hatt, certainly support the conclusion that the plaintiffs intended to scare the defendants from continuing to broadcast, podcast, or else be tied up in litigation for solely litigation's sake. We heard Nick say that out of his own mouth. Stripping away the invoked criminal counts, the purported violations of the civil statutes and torts attempted to be pled in the complaint appear to be the following. Civil conspiracy alleged by plaintiff Griffin. Defamation alleged by plaintiffs Griffin, Jackson, Mathis, O'Donnell, and Hatt. Intentional infliction of emotional distress alleged by plaintiffs Griffin, Jackson, Rogers, and O'Donnell. Interference with prospective business alleged by plaintiff Griffin. An invasion of privacy, public disclosure of private facts, and false light by O'Donnell. All other counts, claims, and allegations against the defendants reference purported violations of criminal statutes and laws, which do not form a basis of a civil action. Therefore, any count that purports to set forth violations of criminal law cannot be the basis for a recovery in the civil action and fails as a matter of law as such. And to put differently, defendants are entitled to judgment as a matter of law as to any purported violations of criminal law, and those purported counts must be dismissed. As to the potential counts that appear to raise potential violations of civil statutes or torts, civil conspiracy, plaintiff Griffin, BHB, alleges that both defendants conspired with third parties in order to defame her. The elements of the common law claim for civil conspiracy are a combination of two or more persons acting with a common purpose to do an unlawful act or to do lawful act by unlawful means or for an unlawful purpose. And number two, an overt act done in pursuance of the common purpose. And three, actual legal damage. A bunch of case law. In count three, plaintiff Griffin alleges that Granny has been targeting BHB since 2021, but that the attacks intensified in 2024. BHB makes bold and bald allegations that defendants have acted in concert in a coordinated effort to attack BHB with no specificity as to the action or the acts of either or both defendants. At best, BHB avers in count one, identifying various causes of actions, including defamation, that Granny called BHB a tragedy pimp and a grifter, with no reference to when those words were spoken. But calling Miss Griffin names does not create a civil conspiracy. Miss Griffin also alleges that unnamed persons influenced by Granny made false reports that led to Miss BHB being falsely accused and arrested, again without specificity or any attached proof of who these persons are or how these purported persons are connected to either of the defendants, nor does the complaint identify the date or the purported arrest or the dismissal of any purported charges. Moreover, BHB fails to plead, let alone establish, a prima facie claim for actual damages. Although Ms. Griffin makes a vague and general allegation that the conduct of the defendants damaged her reputation in her profession, in her professional standing, she does not identify any facts pertaining to any persons or businesses which had purportedly canceled or decreased any businesses with her as a result of the defendant's actions. Such specificity is required in the Commonwealth under Rule 1019. That is, Rule 1019 requires that the court to determine if defendants can ascertain the facts of the complaint which are sufficiently specific so as to enable a defendant to prepare its defense. More case law. The court notes that while Ms. Griffin in the title of the count 3 states civil conspiracy, the court actually, and specifically, I can't talk, invokes the criminal conspiracy statute in Pennsylvania common law. In light of the foregoing, the court concludes that the complaint fails to establish a prima facie case of a legally sufficient claim raised by BHB against defendants for a civil conspiracy and that the claim must be dismissed. Defamation. Plaintiffs BHB, BJ, TikTok Tony, Christina O'Donnell, and Nick the Hat allege various counts of defamation against defendants. Counts 1, 7, I don't even know any of these other ones. Based on the complaint's allegation, each of these plaintiffs is either a public figure or a limited purpose public figure under Pennsylvania law. That is, as noted by Pennsylvania Supreme Court. Just making sure you guys are still okay. Okay, hold on. I love this for them. A limited purpose public figure is an individual who voluntarily injects himself or is drawn into a particular public controversy and thereby becomes a public figure for a limited range of issues. To determine such status, it is necessary to consider the nature and extent of an individual's participation in the particular controversy given a rise to the defamation. Another case is quoted, a controversy may be created by the individual's own actions. It is clear based upon a thorough reading of the complaint and the presentation of counsel at oral argument that BHB, BJ, Tony Mathis, Jason Crime, and Nick the Hat are public figures or limited public figures as they have injected themselves into the public eye to find the missing child from Tennessee. These plaintiffs have either held press conferences, appeared on television news, or have engaged in social media discussions and or created social media posts related to the missing child. As public figures or limited purpose public figures, these plaintiffs have a higher burden when raising allegations of defamation due to the inherent right and claims of free speech under free speech grounded in the First Amendment. More references. As public figures or limited purpose public figures, these plaintiffs bear the heightened burden of establishing that these statements made by defendants were false. But plaintiffs have failed to establish this in their complaint. First, this court reiterates that the complaint is devoid of the clarity required by the rules, and as a result, it is difficult to discern what, if any, statements at issue here can be attributed to either defendant. Even if the court were able to ascertain the alleged violative statements, statements of opinions cannot be established as provable false are protected under the First Amendment. Moreover, an expression of an opinion does not give rise to a claim of defamation. Then it quotes another case law, says something about appeal denied. As to plaintiff BHB and Jackson only, the complaint identifies purported direct quotations of the purported defamatory statements of only Granny. BHB claims to have been defamed by Granny by the statements tragedy pimp and grifter. BJ claims to have been defamed by Granny by statements that she was a lazy, wasteful piece of shit and that Granny stated, "You won't ever catch me driving with my children unbuckled and standing up." But there is no identification or any specific time when these statements were said or any evidence other than bald allegations not verified by plaintiffs Jackson's or Griffin, corroborating the suggestion that these statements were made by Granny. There is also no reference to who heard these purported statements and how these statements were said, or that they caused actionable damage to either plaintiffs Griffin or Jackson. While she makes a vague and general allegation that the defendant Granny, in calling plaintiff Jackson a lazy, wasteful piece of shit, caused her humiliation, damaged her personal or professional reputation, and or affected her professional standing, the complaint does not otherwise describe Ms. Jackson's purported professional reputation. Further, the complaint does not identify any person who heard the statement or describe how these purported statements have caused a loss of these plaintiffs' credibility. Again, such specificity is required in the Commonwealth under Rule 1019. Similarly, as to plaintiff Griffin, BHB, she also makes a vague and general allegation that defendant Granny called her a tragedy pimp and a grifter and purports that this is evidence of defamation per se and caused damage her professional reputation. The complaint does not otherwise describe BHB purported professional reputation. Further, the complaint does not identify any person who heard these statements or describe how these purported statements have caused a loss of these plaintiffs' professional credibility. Again, such specificity is required in the Commonwealth under Rule 1019. As noted here and above, Rule 1019 requires the court to determine if the defendants can ascertain the facts of a complaint which are sufficiently specific so as to enable a defendant to prepare its defense. Moreover, there is no allegation that would establish that any of these statements were false, and to the extent that Granny subjective opinions, they are not actionable. As to the claims for defamation purportedly asserted by plaintiff Mathis, O'Donnell, and Hatt, these plaintiffs too are public figures or limited purpose public figures. A review of the counts of the complaint filed by these plaintiffs reveals not one single quotation attributed to either Granny or Barbecue. Plaintiff Mathis and O'Donnell merely allege that defendant Barbecue made statements that they say are more than mere insults and damage their reputations. Plaintiffs failed to plead with specificity any of those statements. Additionally, plaintiff hat identifies neither a particular defendant nor a particular statement, merely stating that the defendants made several false statements. Altogether, plaintiff Griffin, Jackson, Mathis, O'Donnell, and Hatt have failed to establish a prima facie case of a legally sufficient claim for defamation against defendants. As such, defendants are immune from suit, and these claims must be dismissed. Intentional infliction of emotional distress. Plaintiffs BHB, BJ, Seth Rogers, and Christina O'Donnell's purport to state claims of intentional infliction of emotional distress. To prevail on a cause of action for intentional infliction of emotional distress, a plaintiff must establish the following. The conduct must be extreme and outrageous. The conduct must be intentional or reckless. It must cause emotional distress, and the distress must be severe. Moreover, plaintiff's complaint must demonstrate to the court that the conduct of the defendants was so outside the bounds of decency that the conduct was atrocious and not tolerated by civilized persons. A thorough reading of the complaint leads the court to conclude again that the plaintiffs have failed to plead with any clarity or specificity and cannot demonstrate that the defendant's conduct was outrageous or extreme. Once again, this court notes that the alleged YouTube podcasts have not been quoted or specifically referenced without the specific statements of defendants, vice versa. The plaintiffs asserting intentional infliction of emotional distress claim this court cannot determine that any statement was so atrocious or outside the bounds of civilized society to have caused harm to plaintiffs. The few quotations of purported statements of defendant Granny are contained in the complaint that BHB is a tragedy pimp or a grifter, and that Miss Jackson was a worthless and lazy, do not allow the court to conclude that there is cognizable intentional infliction of emotional damage claim. Further, none of the plaintiffs have pled that actions or statements of defendants have caused them to seek a medical diagnosis or treatment. There are only the threadbare allegations that these plaintiffs suffered emotional pain and mental anguish. As such, plaintiffs have failed to establish a prima facie case to recover IIED, intentional infliction of emotional damage, and counts, blah, 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 and these claims must be dismissed. Interference with prospective business. Plaintiff Andrew Griffin, BHB, purported claim of interference with prospective business also fails for lack of specific facts to establish this claim. To prevail on a claim of tortious interference with prospective business, BHB must establish that she has prospective contractual relations and that the defendants acted with purpose or intent to harm BHB to prevent those relationships from occurring. The defendants had no justification to act in the manner that they did, and that BHB suffered actual damages. In Pennsylvania, complaints must be pled with specificity and not simply to provide a cursory ground for the tort that the defendant is alleged to have violated. The complaint must provide the facts that are essential to the claims raised. BHB's allegation pertaining to the purported claim for tortious interference with prospective business is as follows. Defendants' repeated defamatory remarks and encouragement of harassment against BHB constitute such improper conduct, preventing her from securing work and maintaining professional relationships. The complaint, like in the Foster case, fails to distinguish between the prospective or existing contractual relationships and fails to set forth any facts that would establish Ms. Griffin was entering into any contracts with any business, let alone any interference with such contracts. BHB fails to list any named entities with which she is contracted or with which she was prospectively going to be contracted. Moreover, this section of the complaint does not identify which of the defendants made statements that interfered with BHB's prospective or current business relationships, nor does the section set forth which statements were made vice versa, BHB, or when these alleged statements were made. As such, the purported claim of interference with a prospective business relationship is not supported by evidence and is therefore wholly deficient. As plaintiff BHB has failed to establish any facts in the complaint as to one or more essential elements of the claim, the defendants are immune from liability under Pennsylvania's anti-SLAPP statute, and this claim must be dismissed. Invasion of privacy, public disclosure of private facts, and false light. Plaintiff Chase and Crime is the only plaintiff who purports to state a claim for invasion of privacy, public disclosure of private facts, and false light. Chase and Crime is a public figure who inserted herself into this public controversy of the missing child from Tennessee. She herself is a podcaster who goes by the handle Chase and Crime. Invasion of privacy is a complex tort that has 4 distinct causes: intrusion upon seclusion, appropriation of name or likeness, publicity given to private life, publicity placing a person in false light. In the complaint, Chase and Crime alleges specifically that certain actions violated the sections B through D of the restatement, intrusion upon seclusion, appropriation of name or likeness, and publicity given to private life. The paragraphs relating to this count state that the defendant, Barbecue, invaded Chase and Crime's privacy by disclosing private facts, and that by disclosing those facts, they placed Chase and Crime in a false light. No paragraphs in the complaint prior to those set forth in Section X with respect to civil claims for invasion of privacy, public disclosure of private facts, and false light contain any facts that specifically support these claims, and the only quotes contained in this portion of the complaint allege that defendant Barbecue called Chase and Crime a couch potato or a drug addict. The paragraphs in this section of the complaint allege that defendant Barbecue generally invaded Chase and Crime's privacy by disseminating information regarding her sobriety, her history as a human trafficking survivor, and that she had lost a child. There are no specific facts contained in this count or elsewhere in this complaint which demonstrates to the court that Barbecue disclosed any specific information about Chase and Crime. There was no allegation of the dissemination of medical records, drug treatment records, or any other private records. As with all the prior sections of the complaint, plaintiff fails to identify with any specificity the sections of a YouTube podcast in which these purported statements were made or what the actual statements were. In sum, plaintiff Chase and Crime has failed to establish the essential elements of a claim of invasion of privacy and or a cause of action for this count, upon which relief can be granted as such. Defendants are immune from civil liability for this claim under the Pennsylvania anti-SLAPP statute, and the claim must be dismissed. All right. Last, the court addresses the fact as noted here and above, that the complaint identifies At Night Media LLC in the caption and in the identification of the parties, but makes not one factual allegation by or on behalf of At Night, nor does it assert any count or claims against any defendant on this plaintiff's behalf. Therefore, there is no claim by plaintiff At Night Media LLC as a matter of law. Similarly, also noted previously, the complaint identifies Dwayne Dog Chapman in the caption and the identification of the parties, but makes not one factual allegation or claims against any defendant on this plaintiff's behalf. Therefore, there can be no claim by plaintiff Dwayne Dog Chapman as a matter of law. With respect to plaintiff Hong Zi, all purported counts against the defendants in the complaint are criminal in nature. Further, the purported count under the criminal statute concerning endangering the welfare of a child relates to the missing Tennessee boy, not plaintiff Hong's child. Therefore, his purported cause of action fails as a matter of law. Similarly, the complaint alleges counts on behalf of plaintiff Hong, Brittany, BHB, Chase and Crime for violations of Section 2709, the criminal section of the statute prohibiting cyber stalking a child. Once again, these allegations in the complaint regarding purported cyber stalking pertain to the missing Tennessee child, not any of these specific plaintiff's children. Therefore, these claims fail as a matter of law for this reason as well. In sum, the court is constrained to agree with the defendant's summary. Although the text from Plaintiff Mathis is clarifying in its brutal honesty, we don't need to prove that this lawsuit is precisely the kind that this legislature sought to curb. The complaint itself has all the hallmarks of a slap. It's 83 pages, 350 paragraphs, and 300 pages of unattached exhibits. The complaint utterly fails to adhere to the most basic rules of pleading in the state, forcing the defendants and this court to wade through its nonsensical claims to decipher the nature of the allegations against the plaintiff's claims aimed at defendants' right to free speech, to fail to allege any of the kind of requisite, particularly the content of the actual statements made, despite the fact that many, if not most, of the defendant's statements, as plaintiff counsel admitted to during oral argument, are recorded. We're almost done. Pennsylvania's anti-SLAPP statute provides that a party may move to recover attorney's fees, court costs, and expenses of litigation under Section 8340. Defendants Barbecue and Granny requested such an award in their anti-SLAPP motions. Pennsylvania's anti-SLAPP statute is clear that if, as here, a court finds that a party is immune under Section 8340, then the court shall award the immune party attorney's fees, court costs, and expenses of litigation jointly and severely against each adverse party that asserted the cause of action. In light of the court's findings herein, included but not limited to that the defendants are immune from civil liability for the claims attempted to be pled in the complaint, the court must grant the defendant's request for such an award. While Pennsylvania's anti-SLAPP statute does not preclude punitive damages, this court declines to award such damages at this time. In light of the foregoing findings and analysis, it is hereby ordered and decreed as follows. Defendants' motions pursuant to 42 to dismiss the causes of actions asserted against them based on the defendant's protected public expression immunity are granted. The complaint is dismissed in its entirety with prejudice. Plaintiffs are responsible jointly and severely for and shall pay defendants' attorney's fees, court costs, and expenses of litigations and costs. And it is signed by Judge Eckel. Oh, what a day. What a day. What a day. Oh, what a day.
Amanda, Cindy, MJ, Stacy, and I usually don't go to the grocery store, so but it's me, with Sweet Melissa, Roxy, it's nice, Stephanie, Kat, okay, it's nice to the platform a little bit. There's only so much that I am going to discuss as being a litigant in the actual filing. Here's the thing, is I've already heard, and people have already started sending me some stuff by one of the Yahoos basically stating that this couldn't be, and blah, 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 this, and blah, 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 that. This is well established. I can tell you a lot of people worked around the clock to acquire all the information, catalog all the information, and get a good understanding of what's going on and, what happened in this situation. Now, we all have watched the true crime community go from a good place to a very rotten place to be at times, especially when it comes to avocation. These people have not done this just to Bullhorn Betty, but have done this to multiple creators and multiple people that are non-creators or people that support.
By the way, we're throwing it back right quick, just in honor of the plaintiffs in this ruling today by the judge and how confident they were in this. This is Betty's RICO discussion.
Creators and things of that nature. About a year or so ago, I tried to get some of this to stop with a lawsuit that you guys all know about. And that has been fought, and we'll see what the judge has to say about a couple of upcoming hearings or upcoming situations. But then it progressed into the Sebastian Rogers case with the utmost intensity of damaging anybody and everybody looking for this child, but looking for this child that could see or had a differing opinion of them, so much so that they lied under oath and had me thrown in jail. These are things that we all witnessed. This is something that's pretty significant. You threw somebody in jail that committed no crimes over lies, over brigading a law enforcement. And I'm one of many stories. Okay. I'm just one person that underwent this. There are many people that have also been, maybe not to the extent, but let's take Nick the Hat, for example. They took my freedom away from me for 19 hours when I committed no crimes, and they were trying to go after Nick the Hat and have him go back and serve the rest of his sentence and have him violated for parole.
Well, the court deems that you failed to provide facts or evidence of any of your claims, and your claims are actually denied. So carry on. No, never say never. This was her original, her reasoning why this RICO had to happen.
Parole, literally taking years away from him when he's committed no crimes. This is not YouTube BS. Okay, this is not just the BS that happens on YouTube. This is real life with real life consequences, and talking about taking people's freedoms away because you don't like their commentary. This is a significant situation. And not only that, but this case emboldened this network of people that were working together to accomplish these things and hinder an investigation. There is overwhelming amount of evidence related to this case that's properly cataloged. I can tell you that. It sounds like the attorneys are ready and willing to go to trial. It sounds like this stuff needs to come to an end. And it sounds like there's a lot of people other than me that are sick and tired of this nonsense. These are.
Where's those attorneys? ready and willing to go to trial. Meanwhile, they didn't even submit their exhibits to the court. Shade ain't show. Why are the plaintiffs so quiet now? You guys waiting on your next packet to drop of how you're going to spin this? They already said you guys are appealing. So what's next? What's next? Why are you guys all so quiet? I want to hear you peacocking around. Oh, don't worry. We got an appeal in the bag. We got this. Come on. Give me something to work with here. Give me some excitement.
Our criminal acts, we've been talking about them for years. And it is unfortunate that all these people can come together for a hate campaign and literally try to ruin people's lives over a case of, avocation. You have a right to have your opinion about cases. We have our opinion about the case all the time, but you do not have the right to destroy people's life because of your opinion. You do not have the right to harm somebody's reputation because you don't like them and you want to make up lies about them. This has been going on for years, but this right here, what we're talking about in this particular matter, has happened since Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers went missing. It was emboldened and it was fierce. The level of hate and disruption and misinformation and disinformation was rampant. And it was all geared toward Seth, which is the one person that actually has a confirmed and corroborated alibi with witnesses. So a lot of people that have tried to support the truth have been silenced in very barbaric ways. This is a serious lawsuit. People are saying they don't have jurisdiction. I don't know if they know the process of federal law, but they have established that,
I have never seen the team be ever so silent. Clutch Those Pearls is silent. Betty's silent. BJ's silent. The E's are silent. Where y'all at? Where y'all at? You guys just decide to take a Thursday off? I mean, I'm all for that. Take your Thursday off. You on Zoom calls? Trying to figure out how you're going to spin this? What you're going to say? Who's doing what? Who's on first? What's on second?
So there are two people from Pennsylvania, and that's Barbecue Lady and Granny's Watching, that are the lawsuit, geared the lawsuit toward, including 50 does. There were some of those does revealed in the complaint. There were a lot of does that will be revealed over time. Clearly, the objective here is to get the criminal enterprise to stop being a criminal enterprise.
I think we are at a full-on clear alert. Not nude, clear. They have all but just disappeared. Poof, they gone. Poof, they gone. They had so much to say. They even had a press release in regards to this. Are they waiting for One World Media to do their press release? Smiley, you out there? You got something to say? Roundtable meetings? What's going on here? Come on now. Where you guys at? Come on.
What they are
Cat got your tongue?
doing is wrong. They've known for a very long time what they're doing is criminal. And if you say no, they don't. Well, I can tell you that for quite some time we've discussed it on this channel how it is criminal.
And again, you heard from the judge themselves that they filed a civil case and tried to use criminal codes, and it didn't work. And again, the judge herself checked into if there was any criminal investigation, and none exists. But here we go.
We've discussed this on this channel about how a lot of the stuff I do in person, because by doing it over the internet, it is a crime. Good morning, Seth. Good morning. Actually, a matter of fact, that's a great segue. The stuff that Seth has had to endure is nothing that any parent should have to endure. He's already missing a child. He walked out of work and his whole entire world was flipped upside down. It took a lot of work to get to this point, to get to this filing. I am very proud of the people that took a stand against this criminal enterprise and what they were doing, not only to me, but to others. And trust me, there's a lot of unnamed victims in this that have been victims of this enterprise before, and most likely unless it stopped after. What has come onto the streets of social media under the guise of true crime is not true crime. There are true crime channels out there. There are people that want the truth and want the things they're not being told by mainstream media. And I think that I, as well as a few other content creators, provide that. We provide boots on the ground, a front row view of what's really going on, and a continued front row view of what's going on, not mainstream media's version where they do a 5 or 15-minute news clip. People want to know what's going on when they're invested in a case. They want to know every aspect of that case that they can. I think everybody's fairly reasonable that we all understand we can't know everything about everything all the time, right? So yes, Shiloh, we worked very hard for Quentin Simon, and we got that right. And I'm glad that people can see the work that we did and the right side of things that we were on, because we took a major blow over that case, and they tried to use that case as a way to discredit me. And as a matter of fact, the silver lining of it is that case actually gave this channel even more credibility. So yes, we were, just like I feel we are on the right track with our findings, our earlier findings in the case of Sebastian Windrake Rogers. This has been very difficult, and I feel like I made a lot of great friends working on this with them, because this was a lot of hard work and a lot of hands involved. We had 75 plus people helping collect evidence and get that evidence cataloged in an effort to get this filed. I know people are downplaying this filing, saying, "Oh, it's poorly written and this, that, and the other." It established a lot, and it established a very coordinated effort from these channels to discredit and destroy the lives of anybody.
Well, just a little side note here. It didn't establish any of that. In fact, the judge's ruling is that it failed to establish any of the complaint or the claims that were made. But carry on. Tell us more, Betty. Tell us more about what it established and what it did.
That wanted to speak about this case, so much so, like we watch Mr. and Mrs. E, some of the sweetest people. I told you guys, when you meet people, I'm sorry, you just know. And I got to personally meet Mr. and Mrs. E. We sat down for a cup of coffee, and my first opinion of them is they were just dolls. They were some of the sweetest people I've ever met in person. The personality that you guys see on the screen is the personality that I met. These are normal people. A lot of people say that my commentary is overboard or whatever. Well, I've had to live through a lot on these streets for the last 4 years. You kind of learn to get, don't mess with me attitude, so to speak, with dealing with it. They are so new. They are still able to keep that sweet persona about them, their real life, them being able to be on screen. When I came onto YouTube, I was a very, I was very ignorant to this life. I can tell you that. It was rough, but I was also a very sweet person. I was just, trying to advocate for a child, and it was the Summer Wells case. I mean, we did Gabby Petito, but I really wasn't on social media during Gabby Petito. I didn't really get on social media until the Summer Wells case. And when I got on the Summer Wells case, it was like vultures attacking. And I remember so many times just, crying and being upset about everything. And it was just one of those, after so long, you just had to get to a point where it's either, you do what you're passionate about and fight back, or there for 2 years we didn't do anything. We just kept moving forward. We didn't argue with anybody. We didn't address any of the hate. I told people not to send it to me, and we just kind of did our own thing in our own little box and just tried our best as much as we could to ignore the hate.
Wah, wah, wah.
And when that didn't work, they started coming over to the channel and disrupting the channel and striking the channel and doing everything they could to manipulate the algorithms and try to
guess who's on tonight? Burnt Toast is on in about an hour and 22 minutes, and Burnt Toast is way more intelligent when it comes to legal filings and so on and so forth. So I'm assuming her show tonight will be wonderfully laid out. So I highly suggest you tune in for that. Burnt Toast at 5:30 Pacific Standard Time, 8:30 Eastern Standard Time, I think is correct.
Apply as much pressure as possible to my family as well as to me, online and offline. And until that wasn't working, they were trying to force me off the platform. That wasn't working. Again, this is only one of many stories, because there are multiple people that have similar stories like me from these same outfits.
Where'd those stories go? What happened to it? Where'd all this evidence go? 75 people compiled all that shit, and where'd it go?
It was just a lot. And the more we ignored, the more disruptive they became. And it was causing some issues, my team had to endure. I mean, Sonia and the Real Me Too have been attacked behind the scenes, as well as all of their personal information docs. Sonia, people were attacking her business. They were trying to shut her business down that her husband helped her build, because he wasn't doing well. And he wanted to make sure that she could survive, It doesn't matter, but the bottom line is this is a very emotional business for her, because it's her attachment to her husband.
Meanwhile, she has nothing to do with this case, but carry on.
And these people were trying to destroy it.
This is what they did. They filled it with so much fluff and emotional bullshit that people bought into all this. People refused to go look at the filings. They refused to read through the filings. They refused to see what the reality is, whether they liked these people, disliked these people, hated all of them, anything. They refused to do the very basic thing of go read these filings. Go read and see what it was about. People refused. They just said, fuck that.
Yeah. And it's just like, that is their motivation. If they don't like you, they seek and destroy. And if they can't seek and destroy you, they seek and destroy the people around you. That has just now snowballed into this huge organization that sets their eyes on a target and attacks anybody and everybody that associates with it.
And now we know that the court failed to find any enterprise.
And I think that the pattern is really what the pattern that was established in this filing is going to be hard to overcome, in my opinion. This is not a laughing matter. This is not a joke. And I am absolutely confident that all the pieces of the puzzle are put together before this filing ever made its way to that court. And I can.
Anybody? You want to help her out here? She's. I love Betty's confidence. I love that for us.
In this filing is going to be hard to overcome, in my opinion. This is not a laughing matter. This is not a joke. And I am absolutely confident that all the pieces of the puzzle are put together before this filing ever made its way to that court. And I can guarantee that is the evidence that they were able to collect without discovery.
Oh, speaking of evidence, hold please. Let me go back. Let me go back here. Let me find that word. What word was it? They didn't supply anything. Where's that? Oh, right here. Plaintiff's untimely response to defendant Barbecue's motion declares that they have established a prima facie case for the claims of defamation, harassment, and violation of Corrupt Organizations Act through sworn declarations and exhibits, and that they have provided declarations and otherwise met the elements of claims for defamation, harassment, and corrupt organizations. Notably, plaintiff's untimely response to defendant Granny's motion declares that they have established a prima facie case for the claims of defamation, harassment, intentional infliction of emotional distress, and mischaracterization of settlement discussions. Yet plaintiff's memorandum in response to Granny's asserts inconsistently that they have established a prima facie case for each claim, but then addresses only the purported claim for defamation. Granny, and again, memorandum in response to Granny, and again refers to various declarations that are nowhere in the record before the court. As noted elsewhere herein, the complaint references many exhibits, but does not actually include any, nor were any ever submitted via Precipice after plaintiffs initiated the lawsuit in October 2024 or at any reasonable time thereafter. Nor did the plaintiffs attach any such declarations or relevant exhibits to their untimely responses to the anti-SLAPP motions in February 2025, and only attempted to expand the record at oral argument on the anti-SLAPP motions 4 months after they filed their complaint. Thus, statements such as plaintiffs have provided substantial evidence supporting their claims, including declarations and documented social media evidence. See memorandum in response to Granny, are patently incorrect, as plaintiffs have done no such thing. Okay, tell us more, Betty. Sorry, I got a little excited there. Go ahead, tell us more.
And it's terabytes and terabytes of information that had to be cataloged. One of the downloads was 9 terabytes of information. That was just one download from the information that was collected. Hey, big boy, I haven't seen you in a while. Big hug and kiss to you. I hope you're doing well. So go back and see what she says about Julio Random. I don't know who you're talking about. I guess I walked into a conversation. Sorry about that. The only street credit they get is for being trash, ignorant as hell, to say the least. Yeah, but these things that they're trash, but they really cause disruption. I mean, people reach out to my family. People mail stuff to my family. Recently, have called my sister's job. Recently, have drove by my house for somebody else. These are real life things that we do not do. We cover public interest cases. We don't cover content creators. We don't go to their house. We don't disrupt their lives. We don't try to take their channels down. We don't reach out to their family. We don't intimidate people. We cover a story. Occasionally, we've had 3 protests that we've done in our life, but everybody acts like because we've done those 3 protests, we do protests. We've covered over 40 cases, and only 3 cases have risen to the level of a protest. And those protests were nonviolent, and they were all above board. So they're trying to use that as a catalyst for causing all of this destruction. and it's wrong. You can't use that, at least for me. Again, there are more stories than just mine, as you can see. There's Seth's story, there's Tony's story, there's Brittany J's story, there's Chase and Crime stories, there's Nick the Hat stories, there's Hans stories, and there's Dog the Bounty Hunter stories that all resemble the same pattern of behavior. And that pattern.
Are they fictional stories? That's what I want to know. Asking for me and all my friends, which I don't have any. So there you go. Just me.
That behavior, I think, is going to is their downfall, in my opinion. But that's just my opinion. I don't, I haven't talked to the attorneys too much about their opinions. They just collect the information and they do their attorney work. I can tell you, I think the downfall of this enterprise was going after Nick the Hat and trying to
their attorney work. Meanwhile, the judge ruled that it doesn't even look like the attorney did the work here. Hold on. Let me find that place too. Let me let you talk some more, because I love these. I love these throwbacks to them.
Take his freedom away. Mr. Petito was threatened too. Yes, lady for justice. And he came out. Everybody called us a liar. Have you noticed the theme here? That every time we tell the truth, they scream louder and louder and put together this huge wave of people to discredit the true information. And then after they do that, like, because Mr. Petito didn't come right out and say he was threatened. I think it was me that broke that information, because I was really upset about that he wouldn't come on because he had been threatened. And I'm just thinking all the work he's done with his organization, and we were going to be Seth was going to be promoting his organization. And they destroyed that. They destroyed Gabby's name as well as Sebastian Rogers' name in that attack. And, Mr. Petito didn't come directly out right then and there on that day and say that he was threatened. So they ended up, dogging everybody that said it and trying to trash their names. And then lo and behold, I think it was like a month, maybe a month and a half after the event happened. And he did tell his story about how he got threatened himself. And that's when you realize they once again lied, and they tried to discredit people that were telling the truth. And that seems to be a common theme with them. The people.
Oh, people that were telling the truth. What about this right here? Indeed, by appearance and substance, the complaint does not seem to have been prepared by a practitioner with more than 20 years of litigation experience. The footnote says the complaint is signed by Joseph P. Lesniak, who is the attorney of record in this case and is also identified in this case caption. While the court notes that Mr. Lesniak practices primarily in the criminal courts, he has, according to his website, some experience in non-criminal matters as well, and certainly understands, or should understand, the rules of pleading governing civil complaints. I mean, and it goes on to basically hand him his ass. In addition, the complaint includes numerous allegations in the first person about Attorney Lesniak's interactions with the parties to this action. This pleading style is not only highly unusual in a civil action, but also of some concern, as counsel appears to be a fact witness in the case. Mr. Lesniak himself had oral argument, noted he had gone on defendant's podcast and had witnessed statements and even interacted with defendants about their statements. Those attorneys, though, they're ready to go to trial. They sure are. They sure are.
People that are trying to seek the truth and tell the truth are the ones that are most attacked on this platform. Sonia and the Real Me Too have worked tirelessly along with every other mod. The reason why I bring them up is because all my mods have been viciously attacked, viciously. And all of my mods have been doxxed in one way or another, and it wasn't right. A lot of my mods for a while wanted me to say something about it, but at that time, if you did, more would come. And so we had to weigh whether shining a spotlight on it would cause, an opposite reaction to what we intended. So we opted to keep our mouths shut about that. And again, this is all leading up to the Sebastian Rogers case. But we saw exactly what happened when this case started breaking. Is Tony in the chat? Good morning, Mr. Mathis. I hope you're doing well. I know I slept better last night. I'm not sure about you. Everyone that has been willing to help me concerning Sebastian became a target. Exactly, Seth. And so I just really think that the people that are listed in this should take it seriously and not dismiss it, because I can tell you this was a huge undertaking, and I'm confident that it is saturated in proper case law and proper statute. And if you read that,
anybody out there, intelligent life form, I'm sorry, I can't help but just kind of enjoy this. I can't help but enjoy this. I just can't. And chances are I'm probably going to be stuck on this for the next couple days, because I'm just really relishing in the fact that today came. Today has came. So
and you know that what you read is the truth and not made up, which I can guarantee every bit of that is the truth, then they have a problem, because nothing in that complaint was a lie. right? When we saw the affidavits for these bogus protective orders, we knew immediately they were lies. If you read that complaint and nothing is a lie, and you witnessed those actions being taken and those things being true, then I would say that there's a big problem, because clearly we had no problem telling the truth in the complaint. And if that's the truth and you've witnessed it, then I'd have to say that the statutes that accompany those statements are probably accurate and should be taken seriously. Just my opinion, but I'm not legal counsel, and each of those 52 defendants probably ought to seek legal counsel before they get themselves in any more trouble. And that's just my opinion. You guys have watched them do what they've done to me. You've watched what they've done to Seth and Tony. You watched what they did to Nick the Hat. I know that what happened to Hong was kept from the public. I think that that was smart. But yes, there was somebody at his home peeking through his windows, and I had an.
But once again, as we saw, the judge stated, there's nothing in there that goes to the defendants or to anything but criminal conduct, and it had nothing to do with the defendants. So there's that
opportunity to preview that video, because I wanted to see if I knew the person there, which I did not. So that is very concerning, and I wonder how many times that's happened here. You know, at my home, we definitely know people have driven by. People have recorded themselves driving by. For what purpose? You know, even doing a lawful thing for an illegal purpose is still a problem. Doing an illegal thing for a good purpose is still a problem, right? So I think the people that are involved in this case just need to chill out and quit going real life and quit trying to destroy people and ruin their lives and cause financial and reputational harm, because that's what they're doing. That is their MO. That is their playbook.
And that is exactly, in my opinion, what Betty and her cohorts here, the other 9 plaintiffs listed on this filing, attempted to do alongside their 75 other buddies that helped them gather all this information to these 2 defendants. That is, to me, what they tried to do. And I think we can wrap it up there for the day, because I think that has been 4.5 hours of insanity. And I think you understand why people are celebrating. Again, some of you, this is one of those situations that people are going to have opinions because they don't like XYZ because of something done 3 years ago. Well, again, this is about justice and our justice system being weaponized for wrongdoings. And that's exactly what they attempted to do here. And today, the justice system worked appropriately and properly. And the anti-SLAPP was handled. Now, At Night is claiming that they are going to be appealing, which was to be anticipated. We know that they cannot just take their ball and go home. They threatened everybody. They did all the things. But it will just continue to go. Granny, please continue to support, because we know that they will have more games up their sleeve. But the justice system worked today. So we can all hope that we see one thing in the right direction. And if that's protecting the dignity of a victim, a minor child, his name from being used for frivolous filings by an agency such as that, in my opinion, an agency with dangerous intent to take the focus off the missing child and play as many games in that child's name as possible. We will continue to highlight the wrongdoings and continue to push back, because we're not going to normalize this today, tomorrow, or any other day. Never going to. And I love standing next to all of you that are unwilling to say that this is okay. So with that said, hold on. Did I miss a couple? Banana Bicycle Seat, I think I missed you becoming a new member. Thank you. Queen B, you're next to get your win over BHB. Kelly Golightly, thank you for being a member for 2 months. Pointer Lover, thank you for being a member for 3 months. Anybody have any questions before I end? Duchess has a live tonight focusing on Oklahoma missing children. I shared it out on my community wall. Burnt Toast is live tonight. I am going to go pick up my other half. Southernish, we are working on that right now. We are hoping, so it's a violation against the company's policy. And they did try to clean up their ex to basically attempt to claim that it's not a targeted harassment campaign. But we've all seen other words otherwise. So we are working towards that right now. No update yet. I have not. In fact, I haven't checked my email. But I will continue to work towards that. Duchess and I were working on that earlier. We've sent emails. I know we're not the only ones working on that. So I will update you guys. Let me see if there's anything from them. right quick. I haven't gotten a response yet. I will let you guys know though, and we will continue to try to get some action moving on that. Yep. We've emailed, I've made calls, but something's happening because they're taking stuff down off of X. So they did make, hold on, I'll show you guys what they did say about us working towards this. Now, again, nobody's breaking the law or doing anything real life or anything. This company, Blipboard, has procedures and they have standards within their business. They have complete, I mean, I read it to you guys yesterday, but at night, this is what they tried to say. Let me see if I can find it. Right here. They tried, this was what they tried when they got word that we were all doing stuff. So it says, public update, April 15th. Public interference with national search and contractual operations will not be tolerated. Hank, come here. Hank, come. Over the past 48 hours, At Night has confirmed that individuals affiliated with Christopher Proudfoot, Katie Proudfoot, among others, including their representatives, family members, and known online surrogates, have openly admitted on public platforms to interfering with lawfully binding contracts. Ongoing operations related to the search for Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. These actions are deliberate, coordinated, and unlawful. Public incitement to obstruct our mission, coupled with the intentional, Hank, come, here. Disruption of professional agreements constitutes actionable interference and may result in severe legal consequences. As a result, One World has issued legal preservation hold directive effective immediately across multiple operational tiers. This is not a suggestion. It is mandatory enforceable measure under federal and state litigation procedures. The defamatory content, hold on. Sorry, I'm giving Hank treats at the same time I'm doing this. The defamatory content specifically targeted the substantial investments exceeding $100,000 USD in market value that were allocated for advertising purchases to support the search for Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. Let us be clear, we will not allow anyone online or offline to derail the search for Sebastian or target those fighting to bring him home. To the public, we ask that you continue focusing your energy where it matters on truth, justice, and the safe return of Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. Efforts to disrupt this mission will be met with the full strength of the civil and legal remedies available under law. So first and foremost, it's not breaking the law by going to a company and letting them know what their product is being used to do and how to bring that forward. There's nothing illegal about that. Notifying them. So anyways, it is what it is. That's it. That's all. And again, those blip boards don't benefit Sebastian in any way, shape, or form. They put his face, his name, and his dignity on a billboard targeting the harassment campaign of his parents. And they have, King Crown, thank you so much for the super sticker. They have been very vocal about what they are using those for. Yeah, 100K, huh? Interesting. Hold on, vibrator. Let me look. Woo! You guys, I'm so excited. Kyle's coming home tonight. So excited. When did you send it, vibrator? When did you send me an email? I don't have anything from you. Just the last one that you sent me on the 7th. That's all I have. Sorry. I can't wait to go on vacation next week too. You're welcome, NJ. Bella, no. Hank's ready for Dad to come home too. Come here. Come here, buddy. Come here, buddy. Come. Come, buddy. Come here. Row. Sorry, I'm like, I just hit that wall now and I'm just like, vroom. King Crown, are you still in here? Did you respond? I don't have an email from you. Send it again. It's not in my email. Ugh, Kim, it'll be interesting. You know that these people are going to spin in some way, shape, or form. I know. I'm so excited. Well, there's that. I'm so excited that he's coming home tonight. It's been a long 10 days. It's been an extremely long 10 days, but he'll be home. We'll celebrate Easter. And then next week, you guys will have me again we're not leaving for like 7 days. So, and I'll take you guys with us on some of it too. I'm going to enjoy the actual vacation, but I'm really excited. I'll show you guys. We're going to the Keys. Yes, we're going to the Keys. We're going to the Florida Keys next week. I'm going to take you guys with me. Lisa, good question. Very good question. I don't know. Of course, Kathy. There's no other option in this for me. Like, this was such ridiculousness. I understand why you guys are like, I get it, but still at the end of the day, like, this isn't YouTube content. These are people's real lives. This is happening over and over and over again to people. And it's not okay. It's happening to families. And we're not normalizing this shit. So many people on social media overlook something because of, dislike of somebody because of this or that, or I'm sorry, but humans are humans. We all fuck up. We're never going to all of us be perfect. Nobody's ever going to be, but I'm never going to be okay with shit happening to people just because I don't like them. What was being done here there's no excuse for it. None. It is so real life. Hey, stop. I'm not your chew toy. I'm not your chew toy. Like I said, like my shirt says, I'm going to support women doing good and bad. I'm going to support women's rights to do good and bad. Okay, there's that. All right. Oh, vibrator said, hold on. Your account got taken down. That's really weird, King Crown. That's interesting. I wonder why that is. Thank you for the support, but I wonder why your account got taken down. Yeah. It's got to be soft, Nancy. I agree, for sure. Childish revenge over hurt feelings. Yep. 100%. Yeah, it's weird. It's crazy. Yours has happened 2 or 3 times, Perry? Yeah, I don't know. I don't have a clue. Kim, that's right. And again, the attorneys they already knew that they were going to try to appeal it. So on to the next. Yeah, hopefully, Tara. I'm the worst when it comes to any of that stuff. I don't have a clue on any of that stuff. Hold on. I'm going to show you guys this goofball right quick. What you doing, buddy? Leave her be. Leave her blanket be. Sir. Sir, get your toy. No. Rotten turd. Get your toy. Get your toy. Let's go put the bed on. He's such a dork. He's such a dork. Now he's trying to take my blanket. See? He's a blanket thief. Why are you trying to take mine? That's mine. That's mine. Are you excited to go get dad tonight there, Hankster? Are you excited to go see your dad tonight? Goofy ears. Goofy ears. Say bye, friends. I'm going to chew on my mom now. Now I can chew on my mom because her hands are available and she's going to pay attention to me. Hey, sir. Sir. That's my foot. Where'd you go? Where'd the Hankster go? Where'd the Hankster go? Oh, there he is. Oh, I'll get you. I get you. I get you, the big baby. No, that's my blankie. Leave it be. Okay, there's enough me baby talking, Hank. That's an all-day thing. So he's getting huge, you guys. He's massive. Oh, he listens to me most of the time. Sometimes when he's being obnoxious, he doesn't, though. He gets really ornery. Nah, he's really nice, but he gets really excited. And he's still a puppy. I mean, he's just a puppy. So he gets going and he's pretty stubborn. Huh? Where are you trying to take it? He's trying to pull it out from under my butt cheek. Where are you trying to go? Oh, now he found his treat. He's going to try to take the blanket and his toy at the same time. Where are you going, buddy? Where you going? Whose head is that? Who's that baby? Is that the big baby? You see those paws? Freaking paws are massive. That's forehead wrinkles. No, you leave those kitties alone. He says, oh, there's my kitty cats. You hear the cat tell them off. That's Luna. Luna says, I ain't got time for your shit right now. You go away. All right, you guys. Have a great rest of your evening. I probably won't see you much tonight, but I will possibly see you tomorrow. Bye, y'all. Come here, buddy.